The countdown to green is almost up. It's time to go back into heat racing action. Thank you for joining us here behind the paywall for the 8th edition of the Kart's North America Grand Nationals live from Castle Motorsports Park. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Joining me alongside in the booth, Kyle Cuthbertson with the Kart Chaser team, and for Kart's North America, the voice of the E-Series, Mr. Tony the Toe Cirillo, and the voice of Kart's North America, the legendary
and
Dave
Canada.
Mack, and
well,
Canada.
Well, North America's Canada.
Yeah, indeed.
Sorry, Canadians. We didn't mean to step on toes there.
Well, Dave Mack here joining us this weekend as well, and it's time to get into heat racing action. Let's run you down your starting grid order here in 206 Cadet, presented by Lawson Speed Shop. It was great for these drivers. We haven't seen them in over 24 hours after they ended the morning sessions yesterday on the Friday morning. You say afternoon. They ended at about 2 in the afternoon, and they're finally getting set to do it all over again here. Slate Harrell, Dominic Gaddis on the front row. A couple of drivers that had a good drive up the field. The Jay Howard Alonso kart for the Trinity Karting Group. Hudson Howard able to work his way through, and we're still waiting for the data and all the names to come in. Slate Harrell off to a quick start. And expect this to kind of get waved off as a couple of drivers get together further back. And indeed, yellow flag in the air.
No start, obviously.
Let them all populate through, and they work their way. Kyle, I mean, you've seen the racing action not from the booth, but what have you kind of noticed? What are some of the notables for some of these young drivers?
I would say, like we just saw, keep it on the track.
Yeah.
You just have to survive these heats, I'd say. I mean, there's just so many go-karts on the track in all of these races where, you know, one mistake running at the front, that's a lot of positions, you know.
Yeah.
You finish in the back, that's going to hurt your score tremendously, so really just keep it clean.
Keep it clean is for sure the key, and we've seen some drivers kind of struggle with that as well throughout the day, and keeping it clean for heat races number 2 and 3 as well that are going to be coming up later on tonight. Under the lights, here's your starting grid. Again, look down. Find your favorite driver. We have just about 40, under 40, or maybe close to the 40 mark as well, taking the green flag here on this one. Here's the next set of pages coming your way. Find your favorite driver, see where they're going to start, and wish them the best of luck on what's going to be a hectic race for all of these Cadet drivers. Heat race number 2, 50 drivers total getting set to take the green flag. Into the tram lines we go for Slate Harrell on the inside, Dominic Gaddis on the outside. Dave Mack, we look at the flag here.
And we're watching Ryan. He says, green, 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 go, go, go. Hammer down, boys and girls. And we are 3 wide going through turn 1, and we're successfully negotiating at turn 2. Same thing.
Negotiating the right word there indeed. Dominic Gaddis able to get back ahead of the Nitro kart of Jaden Francisco Gaddis for the MPG Academy. Up to second, looking for more now on the inside. Thinking better of it. Hudson Howard falling under fire there to another one of the MPG Academy drivers of what looked to be Taylor there in the 224 machine, I believe, looking for a move as well. But first lap underway. Everybody, it seems like, able to make it through. Dominic Gaddis now looking for a move into the green corner. The 257 able to get clear here, and he goes up to the lead. Francisco now sits in third, looking for more. Inside, clear of Harrell. Not clean, though. Harrell gets up on the rear bumper there of Jaden Francisco and loses a whole lot of time there with that move. And he's going to fall down the order and fall under fire here to the 224 of Taylor there, who sits P5. Hudson Howard right behind him. Daniel Guerra in the top cart. Not too far off either, but a wild start for these 50 drivers on the racetrack. And again, looking for a change in the lead here. Francisco inside, clear. Lipka looking to go through. He gets it done. Gaddis falls back to third.
So Lipka goes into the lead at this point. Kind of Lipka out in front. And it's going to change, I can guarantee it. But right now, they're trying to pull away from the top 3. Look like they're sticking together, looking to try to pull away from the next 3, which have pulled away from the 7th place driver of Danny O'Gara, I believe, running. He's heading up that next line of karts.
Hayden Lawson there right behind the number 7 of Brown. Lawson qualified on the pole position in qualifying, but again with progressive heats, I've kind of put him on the back foot, and he's kind of fallen down the order. He fell down the order in the first heat race, but we'll see what Gary Lawson, his dad, kind of put into that machine to get him closer to the top 5. So we'll see Hayden work his way through. But Kyle, we've already seen quite a start here for Slate Harrow. Started on the pole, but you see him, he's all the way down, and you see how much one move can really affect the flow of your race.
Yeah, and if anybody knows this track, it is Gary Lawson, that's for sure.
Yeah,
and
indeed.
He can help his son, that's for sure, that too. He multi-winner here at Castle Motorsports Park.
Yeah, we make all these. We've been making all these NASCAR references this weekend. This kind of reminds me of Martinsville. When you get stuck on the high line, you lose 4 positions because you just get stuck in the wrong lane.
And that's exactly what could happen
exactly
here.
What happens.
A couple of moves stuck on the high line here for Francisco. Going to lose 3 spots in the process. O'Gara gets through.
I thought it was Gaddis that took the lead, though.
Gaddis does take the lead.
Yeah.
O'Gara sits 3rd at the moment. Taylor, the I should say almost 3 MPG Academy drivers with O'Gara. His team on the 2-stroke side of things being the MPG Academy, but a collaboration between him and Top Kart have put him here inside of the top 3. Francisco looking to get back up to 4th for the Nitro Kart team. Again, a resurgence for this team here as well. Francisco sitting up in 4th now. Harrow slotting back in the line into the 6th spot. Hudson Howard, the first Kart Republic, or I should say one of the Kart Republics in the top 10 as we have issues for the 19 off the racetrack here, looking to rejoin. But again, that shows you how crazy it can get here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Howard looking on Lawson. Howard's clear, up a spot and up closer to the top 5.
Tyson Underwood is that retiree, number 19.
Unfortunate there for Underwood, who's not going to be joining us for the rest of this heat race. Again, going to have another shot at the end of the day for heat race number 3. Here goes Harrow on the inside of the 444. He gets clear and up a spot, so a good drive there for Harrow to get ahead there of a couple of drivers, and you see the big swarm right behind, kind of still, and you said negotiating earlier, Tony, and that's exactly what these drivers are doing. You know what, you let me by and I'll bring you along, and it goes vice versa either way. But the top 4 closing down their gap. Slate Harrow, a man on a mission here, and I'm sure he's seeing red right now with how the start of his race kind of unfolded here, Kyle.
One driver went by, I don't know, he's mid-pack somewhere, and he's going towards the grid, and he's looking at his tuner, and he's pointing with his left hand down. I'm not quite sure what he would have been pointing to.
Well, there are some engines mounted on the left side of their cadet carts here, or it could have been something with a tire or something else. So we'll see how it plays out. Francisco looks to be, his engine's mounted to the right-hand side. Slate Harrow's engine is mounted on the left-hand side. So that could be some sort of issue for Harrow. Not sure what it could have been, but the 8 is showing good pace. If he does have some sort of issue, they're working their way through into the shark fin here as Francisco now falls under fire from Slate Harrow, who's had a good showing so far this year across multiple national series. Qualified on the pole at Trackhouse Motorplex. And now here this weekend, puts himself within a good shot. More moves, everybody working their way through the I-70 hairpin.
Halfway. They get the halfway sign. And it looks like Connor Lipka is the last one on that front slipstream there. That there are 7 of them, I believe, in a row. And trying to stay in that draft, so the top 7 in the draft. And then you got a break, and then you got another set of carts setting up to be in the draft. Can they push up and catch the top 7? Not sure about that, but that's what's going on right now. So we got 7 carts sticking together, and we'll see as this race progresses. There's going to be changes in those top 7. But Lipka was up there for a while, and now he's at the back of that 7. And then, of course, you got Hayden Lawson, I believe. I'm not sure if
he's up there, inside of the top 5. He's right ahead of Hudson Howard there as they come through our screen. So this is your top 6, and then the group further back is led by that driver of Hayden Lawson, who qualified on the pole yesterday. You see him there in the number 10 Lawson Racing Machine. Right behind him, Hudson Howard, as we have some more moves further back, side by side, in between the 110 of another driver there further back, and a couple of them just on the edge. I think that was McCloskey there that was going side by side for a second. And they're able to work their way through. And indeed, one of the Ricardo Kart machines, one of the MPG Academy drivers there going side by side. So this is already starting to get just a little bit hairy.
So Well, how many do we have in this lead draft here?
About 5 to 6 drivers, and then further back here you have Hudson Howard working his way through, Greer right behind, and side by side Parker Stewart, a driver who's been really quick all year long, found himself, I believe, with the race win earlier this year at the Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Spring Nationals at CKNA. He finds himself outside of the top 10, looking to race his way further up. But it just shows you how kind of this all turns into a weekend of attrition. You need to put yourself in a good spot, and you need to make the right moves, the right decisions as well. And you see, even a moment of misjudgment could put you in the grass here with this many drivers and with this high-level field.
Yep, and if you make the move at the wrong moment where you get left outside the draft, they shut the door on you, they're not letting you back in. You got to find a slot to get squeezed back in, just like NASCAR.
And that becomes so obvious on the long straightaway and the last lap, coming to the checkered flag.
Oh, and then that's been the obvious drag race to the end.
It don't matter how much you're leading by. If the field decides to go around you
and push the guy that's in front of them, you're in trouble.
Goodbye, Mr. Cassidy. Sorry, Ryan.
That's what's happened this whole weekend. So, and I'm sure it's going to happen a lot tomorrow.
I gotta say, I've been impressed with this front pack of 6 here. They've done a really good job of being so young, making passes where they're not losing a lot of time. Specifically, Jaden Francisco. I mean, I feel like every pass he's made, he hasn't lost a lot of time.
And
go ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and they're doing so much dancing, just like you said. You'd expect them to be losing. You'd expect them to be going backwards, but they're not.
Yeah, and indeed, you saw a couple of moves that lost him a little bit of time. O'Gara made a little bit of a half move, looked on the inside. This here is going to affect them as well, with Harrell and Taylor going side by side throughout a couple of the corners here as they work their way up to the cell tower hairpin now. And on the inside for Harrell, finally able to get clear, but you see how much time they lost to the top two. Francisco and Gaddis just running away with it here at this point of the race, and further back as well, side by side in between Danny O'Gara and Lipka. They continue to fight there further back. And Kyle, you made a really good point here. They've been super impressive, and then they kind of go on to prove you wrong as they start to fight just a little bit, and that gap opens up here as well. So a Timmy Tecom Kart, a top Kart under the MPG Academy team. Taylor and the MPG Academy team there. And as well, more moves here up at the front.
Jaden Francisco has just done such a good job this race of not losing a lot of time in his passes.
Yeah. And again, that's all due to the experience he's had racing here at Castle Motorsports Park. And you see him here, side by side, white flag in the air, got us to the bottom of the racetrack. Francisco to the top, and the back five looking to close down their gap, and as well for the likes of Hudson Howard that sit 8th. Lawson in his group as well, Brown with him as well, but Gaddis and Jaden Francisco, a mano-a-mano fight here all the way to the end.
Yep, and they have pulled away, so the worst. Oh, there goes the move. What happened? Looked like something happened to Francisco there.
Gaddis defending there. It looked like was able to get through on the inside, but that gap is opening up. So a little bit of question marks here for Francisco. They didn't lose too much time, but Taylor indeed is closing back up for Danny O'Gara as well.
Closed it back up.
He's right there, and Francisco could have been something going on there, maybe not wanting to be in the lead of the race when they get to the final couple of corners. So we'll see how it all plays out. We've seen many drag races all the way to the line. Last couple of sections, the last sector on the racetrack here coming your way. Everybody single file through. Gaddis still leading this train away. More battles further back. Hudson Howard looking to hold up Hayden Lawson, as well as another one of the Magic Kart machines. But here they come through the shark fin. Gaddis for the MPG Academy still leading. Jaden Francisco for the Nitro Kart team in second. More drivers there further back. Francisco to the bottom of the racetrack. Gaddis on the top. O'Gara, and here comes Slade Harrell to the bottom. More drivers working their way through. Who is it going to be to the line? It's Francisco in the middle. Here comes Dominic Gaddis to the bottom. Taylor on the outside. Dominic Gaddis gets it done for the MPG Academy. Taylor across the line second. Jaden Francisco, your top three.
Yeah, nobody was helping anybody across that line. They all just spread out and had it on their own power, had to try to do it. And Gaddis was lucky. He just edged out Taylor. Francisco had us end up in third, Harrell in fourth. Lipka did a pretty good job getting back up into the top five. O'Gara drops to sixth. Hudson Howard in seventh. Hayden Lawson in eighth. Not bad. Hayden was down back in 10th place for a while there. Chase Trixton in ninth.
Thixton
in ninth, and in 10th, Melville Doze
Dos Santos.
Dos Santos.
Everybody keep in mind that the black flag is being displayed with a checkered.
So
once
again,
again,
there is going to be a lot of penalties, and again, the new system here this weekend with Matt Ackley and Rusty Ferguson here this weekend working the video system to call penalties, tramline violations, and everything. So you're not going to get away with anything this weekend at all. And again, penalty boards are by the scale tower, but we get set to go green for your marquee class of the weekend. We look on with Jerry Fandry leads the senior showdown fan vote at the moment for the TB Kart team here this weekend. A lone operation for Jerry, and last year we saw him up there, kind of get up there in the senior heavy class. Only one class for him here this weekend in senior medium, and we'll see how this kid from Chicago, Illinois can get it done against almost 100 of the best drivers in the nation as everybody gets set to take the green flag. We look on with the 52 VLR machine, and what I believe is David Vasquez here, if I'm not mistaken.
California.
And a couple of the BJR MGR drivers, Paulie Massimino, Brandon Jarsakrak. Just a little bit of a you can't say debrief, but a little bit of a preview to what they're expecting to see here. And again, for Brandon Jarsakrak, officially retired from racing a couple of years ago, started his team with BJR, collaborated with what was his team owner at the time, Mike Doty, so BJR MGR, and picked up a fellow friend here to showcase his brand up at the front of the National Series. Paulie Massimino clinching a national championship here this year, but there's been a couple of new faces. Chase Jones for the MPG Academy team. This driver, whatever has four wheels on it, this guy is going to drive that. The Ironman getting set to start further up the field, and he qualified out of the group in the middle, one of the slower groups, and put it on the front row and has kept it there as well for the Snap Your Neck powered gold card here for Hudson Brown. A struggle for him in senior light. Found himself falling down the order, but we'll see how he ends up here in senior medium. Owen Lloyd,
that one.
the kid from Georgia, the 119 MGM Espionage Machine, getting set to take the green flag here in medium. He's been really good in light, exceptional in heavy.
He's very good in
medium
heavy.
is the only class where he's lacking a little bit, but he's still starting inside of the top 10.
He's still got a he's in range there.
Very well in range.
Yep.
Anything can happen. Let's run you down your starting grid order here for senior medium. B versus T. Paulie Massimino, Chase Jones on row number 1, Kel Zimmerman and Hudson Brown on row number 2. Brendan Jarsakrak and Owen Lloyd on row number 3. David Vasquez and Jerry Fandry on row number 4. Mitchell Morrow and Jack Rote. Your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters here in this one.
Caleb Cafara starting in the 11th spot. Kelvin Zing, there he is in the 12th spot. Ben Gorn in the 13th. 14th spot is Brennan Hanville. In the 15th spot, Wyatt Leslie. In the 16th spot, Eli Fox. In 17th, Dylan Amundsen. And in the 18th spot, Caleb Jarvis Kami. In the 19th spot, Drew Zutch. And in the 20th spot, Henry Wheeler.
Indeed, your top 10 rows here today in the senior medium class, but that's not it, folks. We have more drivers, almost 3 pages worth of starting lineups here for this race. Find your favorite drivers, see where they're going to start. And it looks like we may get the green flag the first time around. Everybody working their way through. And again, Massimino, Chase Jones putting this field to a crawling pace, getting set to take the green flag. 53 drivers total in this field. 53 of the best 206 drivers in the world get set to take the green flag here. Paulie Massimino, Chase Jones, 2 drivers that have a lot of experience around a place like this and a lot of laps, more than anybody else in the past month. Here into the tram lines we go. Dave
Ryan
Mack
says green, 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 go, go, go. And we got a hard left-hander, and so far we're looking pretty healthy. Yes, indeed. We do make it through turn 1, coming to turn 2 all the way through. We're 2 wide. I don't see any 3 wide, so that's positive.
That's a good note for sure. Nobody really risking too much in heat race number 2. To the bottom of the racetrack for Jerry Fandry, looking to hold on to his position, but he's getting pressure from David Vasquez right behind. Kelvin Zing, a driver who's been so impressive in senior light as well, working his way up to the field. No 3 wide early on. We have it now. 3 wide. A couple of drivers off the racetrack. A couple of drivers out. It looks like Ben Lyda out of this race early here, but Paulie Massimino, Chase Jones, Hudson Brown out in the lead early, and not for a long, because there goes Jones. Brown looking to go through as well. side by side all the way in a scoreboard.
And now joining them is, who was that coming up in fourth?
It looked like a couple of more drivers as well were joining the party. Fandry was just in the mix. Brandon Jarsakrak is right there in fourth. Everybody else side by side. A couple go off here on the exit of scoreboard. Two get collected. One of the Jay Howard machines goes around, and one of the Mark Steele Burrell Arts as well gets collected there at the start here. But what a start to this race here, Colin. Again, these drivers single file line, Martinsville style, like you said.
Yeah, you're kind of also looking at it like a pack race. You got the two Brandon Jarsakrak racing karts, including Brandon Jarsakrak himself. I mean, you have to think Chase Jones is going to be looking for a friend here to push him.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to need to find a friend or a teammate or a fellow Jossie teammate, you can say, quote unquote, here to put you further up the field. But look at this pack up at the front, almost 10 cars total. Jarsakrak back to Zimmerman, to Owen Lloyd, and more here that have working their way through this field. Side by side, Lloyd, one of the VLRs, Caleb Gaffera, Jerry Fandry as well, mixing for position. And here comes Dylan Amundsen working his way through. It was a struggle for him in senior light and senior medium. Going to be hard work to get himself inside of the top 10, but picking and choosing your moves, he's doing a good job of it, gaining a couple.
So Chase Jones in the lead with Hudson Brown in second, but then you got Paulie Massimino, Jarsakrat, Cale Zimmerman coming up. But Massimino and Jarsakrat, that could be where they'll start working together and try to get through up to the front. So we'll see what happens here. I'm not sure who Chase Jones is with.
Chase Jones is with the MPG. He's part owner of MPG Academy, which stands for My Parents Garage, which is where that team was started, alongside Billy Vincent. A long-time IndyCar engineer, worked with the likes of Will Power, and now working with Elio Castro-Neves at the Indy 500 this year, and worked with him. He's probably going to work with him next year as well. But look at the amount of cars we have here in this lead train as they all come across the line here to start lap number 3. Jones doing a good job to hold on to it. Brown in second. Back to the two Coyote machines. The PPK drivers in third and fourth with a couple of the VLRs right behind them. Vasquez getting into the mix there in the lead of the MGMs. Owen Lloyd with two other fellow chassis members, and Caleb Gaffera and Kelvin Zing right behind him. And the first of the TB carts there, Fandry in 10th.
Yeah, there you go. There goes the
Hudson Brown. Going to get passed by Brandon Jarsakrak.
And now he breaks them up. Jarsakrat in second, and Paulie Massimino right behind him. Now Hudson Brown has to work all alone. He has nobody to help him unless he got together with Chase Jones.
And they're still fighting. Chase Jones not even going to help Zimmerman on the inside. Vasquez looking to follow. Here comes Owen Lloyd, as well as a lot more. Caleb G looking to go on Jones. And Chase Jones was in the lead of this race a couple of corners ago. He's falling all the way back, almost to the rear of the top 10 here. He's going to populate. Going to get passed now by Kelvin Zing, by Paulie Massimino. And one driver with issues here, Eli Fox. Some issue for Eli Fox. His right hand is over that engine. Something is going terribly wrong here for that new gen motorsports machine of Eli Fox. Hand in the air. Going to be a mechanical DNF for Eli Fox. Unfortunate for his MGM new gen machine. Out of this one early for a driver who's so used to racing shifters, but something amiss with that 206.
Let's go back to the front. Hudson Brown, that's what he has to do. He has to stay right on Jarsakrat's bumper, maybe even push Jarsakrat so he can get him away from his team member, because he's working all alone, and let Jarsakrat work all alone so we can see what happens at the end. So right now, Hudson Brown, I believe, driving a pretty good race. He's up there in second place, and he has a shot at this, but he's got to remember, when does he have to make his move, because he's got other people coming up pretty quick, and it's going to be, looks like, I see Owen Lloyd starting to move up.
Vasquez was a driver who got the move done there on Owen Lloyd and the VLR machine. But now Lloyd going to find fellow factory MGM driver and Caleb G to kind of help with the load here in this one. Again, Paulie started at the front of the field here, Kyle, and now he finds himself on the on the edge of the top 10 and 8th here. So it shows you how stuff can kind of unglue super quickly, as Eli Warren now looking contact in between himself and Matthew Winfrey, who's way off the racetrack. The Invader machine goes off.
Like I said, Hudson Brown just has to drive a good race here, stay calm, wait to the right moment, try to get some distance between him and the third, fourth place, fifth place drivers. So he might have a shot at coming back. He's had a problem here all weekend, but now running up front with Jossicrat. And Jossicrat's not going to be somebody easy to pass, let's put it that way.
Not easy at all for the lead man.
Yep.
For the Jossicrat BJR MDR PPK team here this weekend. They worked their way through side by side. Zimmerman looking to get a move done there on his fellow VLR driver in David Vasquez. And then further back, Owen Lloyd, Paulie Massimino locked in a duel here. Massimino gets ahead. Lloyd loses a couple in the process. He slots back behind Chase Jones, 2 car lengths away. And Kelvin Zing for the AR Academy. Almost privateer effort for him this weekend. He was the driver that impressed you the most here, Tony.
Yep.
He's getting himself in the mix here in this medium class. So he's doing a good job side by side as well. Caleb G, hand in the air. Something went wrong there as they start to trade a little bit of sticker paint there. Massimino to the bottom. He gets clear on Vasquez, who gets shoved to the wayside.
Keep an eye on Chase Jones here. He's just letting Paulie make a hole, and he's lurking right behind him. He'll follow him. He's going to push him all the way to the front.
And that's exactly what you need sometimes, right? You need somebody to kind of disrupt the process, and you just follow him right through, as that's exactly what Kelvin Zing's trying to do on the inside now of David Vasquez. He lost a spot there to Caleb G, who was able to get back ahead, and Fandry just sitting still in the 10th spot, hasn't made a move, hasn't gone up, hasn't gone back either. But Dylan Admonson right behind them as well, looking to make up a couple as more battling further back in this field. Henry Wheeler, Cameron Reed, and more locked in this battle. Eli Warren right there. Side by side, drivers dropping tires left and right here.
Massimino making a move and gaining another position, but they got a ways to go. They've been battling so much back there, they're letting the lead karts get away.
And again, that's something you have to take into account. Next time around, the 2 sticks will be in the air, 2 laps to go. So time to get on with whatever battle that you're in.
You got to get it on.
Focus on the big picture here, boys and girls. There's a main event tomorrow. You don't want to wreck your stuff or have a bad result in one of your heat races that's going to put you out of contention for a Grand National Championship. Kyle mentioned it earlier. Realistically, you're within a shot if you start inside of the top 20. And that's, again, being realistic because of the class and the amount of star power in this field. 2-6 in the air, officially crunch time in senior medium.
Now, let's see what happens on this lap. Will they close the gap on the top 2 drivers there? If they do, we're going to have, when it comes to the start-finish line, they're going to be pushing and shoving again.
3 wide plus, probably right at the line.
And if there's a team member that can, like if Jossicrat can get Paulie Massimino behind them, it's all over.
Well, I'll tell you what about Paulie Massimino. He's able to get up to 3rd.
Yeah, he's
just got ahead of Kel Zimmerman this time around into the 90-degree left-hander, and everybody else here still fighting. Vasquez, Lloyd, Fandry, Zing, and Caleb G, who was up there at the front of this race, and got shuffled way down the order and has had to recover ever since. But out ahead, Brandon Jossicrat, untouched so far. Very much kind of like his senior light final heat race went for him, and for an old man, not too far back there. Now, when I say old, he's only in his late 20s.
Right. He's
27. He's just about Xander's age. So,
that's old. That's old.
Close enough there, to say the least. But Jossicrat, keeping Hudson Brown at bay here, about 2 car lengths. This is not what you're expecting at all in a 206 race. Brown just not able to close down his gap to Jossicrat here, and that shows you the pace. That shows you how that Coyote PPK BJR machine is on absolute rails here in this heat race.
Now we're going to see some trouble here as they catch up to Hudson Brown. It could be a problem for Hudson Brown, but this will allow Jossicrat to get a clear win without a problem. There goes a pass. Hudson Brown drops to 3rd.
Yeah, Hudson Brown falls back to 3rd, and again, do not expect Paulie and Jossicrat to fight one bit. And this is the biggest tell. Will we see Hudson Brown kind of fall off? And that'll tell us how his package, how his gold cart is kind of working here in this race. If he's lacking a little bit of pace, and it seems that way because Massimino's able to open up that gap to a car length, and Brown's not even closing in with Zimmerman. So Zimmerman is going to want to get on with it here and go ahead of Hudson Brown here at any point. And in the green corner we go. Zimmerman not going to attempt the move. This final time around, Jossicrat, a good gap for him. 5 car lengths back to Paulie Massimino. Here goes Brown looking for the 2nd spot. He retakes it there and proves me wrong.
By Brown. Yeah, we thought he was kind of falling off, but now he picks it up again. So a good move by Brown to move into 2nd place. And
he's hammering down.
Yeah, now it's something clicked.
Yes.
All the while, Brandon Jarsakrak ran away with this one. Got to the lead early and hasn't looked back since. 2 heat races in a row. Brandon Jarsakrak takes the win.
Brown
for Coyote.
doing the right thing, going to the middle. That's what Brown has to do to get that second place, and he did it. So Hudson Brown finishes up in second. Massimino, you got to give him credit, coming back up through the pack, gets third. Zimmerman ends up in fourth, and Jones in fifth. Gafara ends up in sixth. Owen Lloyd back in seventh. Fandry in eighth. Zing in ninth, and Wheeler in the top 10.
What a race here for your senior medium heat race number 2. Brandon Jarsakrak victorious here early on. And you look down the order, David Vasquez found himself inside of the top 5, fell outside of the top 10. Jack Rote, 12th. Dylan Amundsen, 13th. We're making spots early in this one, but just fell down the order as it progressed. Eli Warren, 14th, and Ben Gaunt, your top 15.
Did anybody get to talk to Chase Jones and see how, I know you said he's got blisters and whatever. Do you think that affected him because he was running so strong early?
Well, I mean, it wasn't a bad finish here, Dave, for him. He finished inside of the top 5 nonetheless, but he's doing all right. He's in good spirits and just maybe didn't have the package all together here to get it done. But we look back on trackside into the grid with the drivers that are getting set to take the green flag here in a couple of moments. Christopher McKeithen, the reigning champion, starting on the outside. Gensheimer, fastest overall in the qualifying session. And Colin Warren,
there he is,
the lead man for TS Racing VLR, able to get through. Ian Quinn, what a struggle for Ian so far this weekend here. Kyle found himself around of the
Cincinnati
field. Cincinnati kid, James Overbeck here, working his way through, and a lot more drivers as they get set to take the green flag here. Austin Olds, the other half of the MPG senior medium team here this weekend, and you work your way through there as well. A couple of more of the big steamers looking to hit the racetrack. Matthew Mockabee, issues for him at the end of senior light, looking to get better, and you see that finger's taped up there, so we hope Matthew's doing all right. Looks like he's going to hit the racetrack here. Adam Maxwell as well, getting set to take the green flag. A driver doing the triple here this weekend as well. Here's Bryce Frank on the Speed Sports Racing Park AR Academy MGM machine. Wicked
you betcha.
Nick Zobiak from Wisconsin getting set to get it done here today as well. The star power, the chassis power in this field is insane. A couple of more of the low-key racing, Sody Racing USA machines. And how about this kid, Reagan Seville, who's been quick in senior light, looks to go a couple of spots better here in senior medium. And everybody else as well working their way through. A couple of the Canadians here as well for the Burrell Art contingency here. And that's had a good showing as well. Canada Corner is for sure one to get out to at some point here this weekend. More of the ROV powered VLR machines. A couple of waves here. Hope that everybody's ready to kind of get it done. Addison Iannello in the 46 VLR machine as well, getting set to take the green flag, and more drivers here as well. Engines getting set to fire it up. We look on with Rick as they're going to get going here for the second half of our senior medium class. Stacked field here, Kyle. We talk about the Super National. We talk about any national event. The star power in this top 10 with 4-stroke base drivers, with 2-stroke drivers as well that have been really quick. This is, in my opinion, the hardest race to go out there and win.
Yeah, Caleb, I actually got a question for you. I mean, this race is pretty cool in the sense that, we get to see guys from all over the country come. It kind of reminds me of the Knoxville Nationals, where it's like you have that one race where the regional guys, club guys, all from around the country come together. So you're a big Texas guy.
Indeed.
I'm a big Midwest guy. Have you gotten a chance to talk to any of your Texas boys like Reagan Seville or Aiden about what's it like racing on Castle Motorsports Park versus tracks in Texas? I have. Speaking of a lot of drivers here as well, Aiden Rudolph there just on the edge, and spoke to him a good bit so far this weekend. And he was telling me that getting used to the tires here for him was one of the biggest differences. We're used to running the MGs over in Texas. Speaking of Bryce Frank, he's had to work his way through the field, but he's been very experienced as well, getting more experience throughout the year across CKNA national events. Spoke to Kelvin as well late yesterday, and he was telling me that he felt good, just needed to find a little more in the medium card and finding the difference in between chassis and finding that crossover point in the racetrack is also the hardest part. Seville, a young kid who debuted in the senior class here last year at the end of it, he's having a much better weekend to try and work his way
up the order. Speaking of some of the Midwest guys here as well, like McKeithen and a couple of others, we'll see how they kind of fend up here. But the starting grid, B versus D, getting set to take the green flag. Heat race number 2, the second half, getting set to go underway. Jordan Pryor, Christopher McKeithen on row number 1. Colin Warren, Gensheimer, row number 2. Ian Quinn and James Overbeck on the 3rd row. You go back to Jackson Woney, Nicky Palladino, Johnson, Olds, to Maccabee, Maxwell, Zobiak, Treadwell, Lawler, to Frink, to John Lucas Savalio, Reagan Seville, the 000, Josie Chambers, the rookie, 14 years old, taking the fight to some of the best in the business. James Sullivan, your top 10 rows. You go back further back in the field. Pick your favorite drivers. You go back to Moore, Edmondson, Addison, Ianello, Rick, to Atkins, Isaacs, Ing, Hadley, and more, getting set to take the green flag and work their way into the tram lines. 50 plus in the second half. Getting set to take the green flag here. We had 53 in the first one, 54 in the second one, so we're just under the 110 mark, about 107 drivers, I should say, here this weekend, taking the green flag in senior medium. Into the tram lines we go here, Dave Mack.
And Ryan's up on his perch, and he says, green, 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 go, go, go. Hammer down, boys and girls.
Jordan Pryor off to a really good start. McKeithen on the outside. Warren having a great start there on the inside line, the favored line here as well as we go through the first couple of corners. Already a couple of drivers.
Perfect.
Getting ambitious here, making some moves. Overbeck gets the bad end of the stick there, getting passed by 5, 6, almost 7 drivers here. Warren gets through. Quinn able to get through. And more as well. Overbeck slots back in the line right ahead of Austin Olds.
Not a great start for James Overbeck, and that's not what he wanted to see because he's got his teammate McKeithen up there, and I'm sure those guys were hoping to work together in this race.
A couple of drivers collected here before the cell tower hairpin. I believe 2 got tangled in what was just further back in the mid-pack, but everything kind of smooth sailing for the top 5. But for Overbeck, like you said there, again, lost a couple of spots there at the start. Recovered well as we look on with Jordan Pryor, the lead man for the prime-powered Canadian team here this weekend. And you have everybody else working their way through. Addison, Ianello out of this one early. A couple of drivers going airborne. Nicholas Kiefer as well found himself off the racetrack, but your top 5 single file. And again, we saw it earlier in the first of the 2 heat races in senior medium. We had about 10 drivers in the lead pack, and in this one we have even more than that. Almost everybody inside of the top 20 finds himself in this lead train. A couple of bottles there as they go over the grueling rumble strips here at Newcastle Motorsports Park.
Yeah, what a race we got going on here. When you mentioned the names that were in even the top 10 and the top 10 names from the last heat that just ran off, imagine what this is going to be when they come together.
Yeah, this is for sure Wild One driver way off the racetrack there. Gensheimer, who was the pole sitter yesterday, found himself off the racetrack side by side with Colin Warren. Won't going to get through? Overbeck moving Gensheimer to the wayside here as well, looking to get through. Not going to get it done, and Palladino going to be right behind him there. Sorry, Treadwell.
Wow,
going to be the driver there.
Debris?
Right behind them.
Debris
and
on the
again,
track.
debris, their bumpers and whatnot all over the racetrack. But the reigning champ, Christopher McKeithen, to the lead here early. Ian Quinn up to 3rd. And more drivers looking to close down their gap here as well.
What a year for Ian Quinn so far. He's sitting 3rd. He knows what he's doing. You know, the big key to this race, like the rest of them, is just be patient. You know, this group in the front, I don't expect a lot to happen. You see James Overbeck making his way back up the field. Remember in the last race, Chase Jones and Paulie at one point were 8th and 9th. So
yeah,
really nobody is out of the question at this point in the race.
Yeah, nobody, especially when you have battling like this. Maccabee, Old, Swaney fading low, looking to fend off a fellow rookie in the senior ranks here this year. And Austin Olds had a slow start to his year, finding himself off the racetrack more times than not, but coming along nicely in the pro categories here as well. More drivers looking to defend. Reagan Seville looking to hold off. Loney inside, clear, a fellow Coyote. They all work their way through. Again, I think even more than 20 at this point here, Kyle, that are inside the lead pack. There goes Nick Zobiak off the racetrack for a second. Gets a move down there in the process. Getting the wheels dirty, but able to make up a couple of spots there. How about that for Wicked Nick?
As long as he didn't cut the track. we'll see what happens with that move. But you see Colin Warren looking for help to try to catch up to this lead pack. And if he gets it, you can bet he'll be in the mix, definitely, for the end here. But I think he's kind of running out there all alone in 5th, maybe.
Yeah, he's down there further back in the field. Jordan Pryor able to get himself back up and to the lead of the race. There's Colin Warren. Again, he's looking for some help. He's in no man's land.
Right, he's all by himself.
More
there.
battling here further back. Treadwell, Frank, Rick, all involved in this midfield battle, almost close to the front pack. But this defending is going to open up the gap a whole lot more. Frank and another driver there still working their way through. Maccabee in tow. This is quite a race here we have on our hands. Gensheimer able to recover as well there with Johnson, Overbeck, and Treadwell, and the Kubica Kart right alongside the Mark Steele tent here this weekend, leading his own operation. Doing a good job of doing both. Gensheimer, Overbeck side by side. Gensheimer able to stay ahead.
Yeah, Overbeck looking to move up through the pack, and if he catches up to Colin Warren, not sure if he would kind of help him and push him until they can get up there and then do battle for the lead. But definitely Colin Warren needs some help. He's out there all alone. The only way he's going to catch that lead group there is if they start dicing for position, and that'll slow them down, and then Colin Warren could close in and make it a 5-way battle instead of a 4-way battle for the lead. Meanwhile, you do have, like you said, Overbeck on the move. Could possibly shake things up if he can get up there.
All this battling, though, not going to help him. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, Overbeck's got to catch up, though.
Yeah, but he is moving.
There does come a certain point where I'm sure Overbeck is looking ahead and seeing the pack get away, where he's just going to try and make moves as damage control to get as many spots as he can.
And may take too much of a chance at some point.
Yeah, so we'll see how Overbeck, I mean, he's been at this stage time and time again. Yeah. He was a Grand National champion last year in the senior light class. Wasn't able to close the senior medium class, unfortunately, but he's doing a good job so far to recover, considering how his start went. And again, Kyle said it best, damage limitation at some point is, there goes Treadwell, move to the wayside. More drivers making moves, able to get through, but for Treadwell, just stuck on the outside and got freight trained by almost the entire mid-pack here. Seville, Adam Maxwell now looking to work their way through. Gensheimer looking to go back on Treadwell here. They're able to get clear. Johnson was able to get through that time as well. So indeed, those couple of drivers that I mentioned earlier got through, and here goes Austin Olds, clear of the VLR machine, the 664. The driver Austin Olds was able to get ahead of, and again, you see how much dirt is getting kicked up onto the racetrack. That's going to change it all just that little bit more.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing here is Overbeck has the speed, and he could possibly catch up to Colin Warren. Now, whether or not he'll team up with him, because that's what he would need to do, because you see Colin's out there by himself, and so is Overbeck. But Overbeck is doing good. He's starting to pull up, and if he could pull up on Colin Warren, like you said, he doesn't want to maybe not dice with him to take another position away because he wants to just keep where he is to get the points. But he can also help push Colin Warren up and get into that lead draft.
Well, Overbeck's going to have a shot because with 3 laps to go, Ian Quinn did make his way past McKeithen, and he's now in the 2nd position. And he went purple 2 laps ago. He's got the speed. I'm sure he's just waiting.
Right.
This has a chance to blow up towards the end.
Yep, that's what I'm looking at. And like we said, we know Overbeck definitely knows what he's doing out there. He's not gonna get too crazy because he's got a good position anyway to finish here to get some good points. But if he can make up a few more, of course he'll go for it. So you see the top 3 now.
Top 3 sitting still here, like you said there, Tony. And this is huge as well for Ian Quinn's confidence. Almost been highs and lows all weekend long.
Yellow bumper, man.
Yeah,
you can sure pick that out, can't you?
Yeah.
That's one thing about Ian.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah.
Yeah, but for Ian, I mean, he struggled in senior light, got together with a lot of drivers there in that one. For Overbeck, he's gotten away now from the pack that's led by Jackson Wolney. Everybody else further back as well working together, but the 2 Burrell Art Machines, Jordan Pryor as well past CKNA Grand National champion, leading Ian Quinn, and again reigning Grand National champion in this class, Christopher McKeithen there as well in the 3rd spot.
Oh yeah, I mean,
working his way through.
You got Pryor, Quinn, and McKeithen. I mean, that's what it could come down to in the end, unless Nicky Palladino and Colin Warren and James Overbeck catch up, but not much left to this race. So I don't know. I think it's just going to be between these three.
Don't count anybody out just yet.
I don't count them out.
Early stages. A lap and a half to go left in this race. Think about Nicky Palladino, who's kind of been sitting patient in fourth.
But a little too patient. He's a little too far back.
Yeah, I mean, he has no draft. It's kind of hard to make up all that time on your own. Going to need a little bit of fighting from Quinn, Pryor, and McKeithen to try and get himself further up. And again, how much are they going to fight?
There we go.
McKeithen answering it for me here, going through on Ian Quinn, side by side for these two drivers. And this is exactly what Nicky Palladino needs.
That's right. Yep. That's what he needs.
And as well for Jordan Pryor to run away with this one early.
What a move by Quinn. He got back into second place. Meanwhile, now that lets Jordan Pryor get away. Yeah, Pryor is gone away. And now we might have a three-way battle for that four-way battle for that second place. We'll see what happens.
No, for them to get together and push each other, then they
here it is. Right.
Oh, we lost another
Johnson, the 26, out of this one early. He was running inside of the top 10. Going to be out early. Palladino gets through on Ian Quinn. McKeithen up to second. And here comes Colin Warren on the TS Racing VLR machine, making up a couple of spots and now going to try and fire away at Ian Quinn.
Here they come.
Are they tucking their head down?
For Jordan Pryor, though, with 5 car lengths in between himself and the reigning champ, who's, again, probably going to have some help from Nicky Palladino, who didn't have the pace on his own to run up there with the top 4. A little bit of attrition helped him get there in the end. This time around in the showcase corners, into the green corner we go. McKeithen closing down by the second. Look out. Here comes Christopher McKeithen inside clear of Jordan Pryor.
It's not over yet, guys. It's not over yet.
No, it's not. Not even close.
Don't count him out. Palladino as well. Very well in tow. Colin Warren. James Overbeck. Welcome back to the party. Yes. Colin Warren going through for the top 4 spot. He's able to get through on the VLR machine. Nicky Palladino on the OTK. Cosmic going and towing off of Christopher McKeithen. Going to be a drag race all the way to the line here. Going to go side by side. More drivers. Lawler going to go side by side with Jackson Warney. Palladino, McKeithen, all the way to the checkered flag. Palladino fading low. Does he have a better run? No, not enough. The reigning champ gets it done. Seville and Frank, the 2 drivers that fought for the TSRS championship this year, get together on the main straightaway. Coming to the checkered flag. It all unfolds for those 2 drivers that have shared many battles already this year. Unfortunate for those 2. Looked like Frank crossed the line. Seville couldn't. Wow. What a race did we just witness even after the checkered flag here. That was insane. McKeithen, your big winner here in heat race number 2. Palladino to Pryor, Warren, Ian Quinn, Overbeck, Lawler, Gensheimer, Warney, Adam Maxwell, your top 10. A good recovery there by Jonathan Treadwell as well to finish 11th in his Kubica racing machine. Austin Olds in 12th, Gianluca Savalio, to Mason Rick, Matthew Mockabee, your top 15 here for Kart Sales. But what a wild second heat race. A lot of pickup getting set to come your way here before we go green again with the rest of our classes. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the CKNA Grand Nationals. We'll be right back after the break.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Hey, I just want a real quick shout out. A huge thank you to a person, one of the many people that make this responsible, Mark Dismore Sr. Happy birthday, dude.
There you have it from Dave Mack. A happy birthday to Mark Dismore Sr., the Dismore family, the owners of Castle Motorsports Park. Again, a very happy birthday to Mark, who was out here last weekend for the Mark Harrison Memorial 200. But it's time to go back into heat racing action here, fellas.
It's my wife's birthday, too.
Nice. Happy
Tony
birthday.
Mrs. Toe. I've never met her, so I'm not sure her name. So
She probably thinks you're trying to get away from her this weekend, right? Out here.
She was a little upset, but she said you could go.
I'm glad you got permission here and to come hang out with us this weekend. But grids are set here for your Masters as they get set to take the green flag. Again, that grid that did populate, unfortunately, it wasn't correct at the moment. David Cole starting down the order, outside of the top 10 even, so going to be a struggle for him to work his way through, but it's time to go green with some of the crazy old men here. Your Masters get set to take the green flag. This class has been electric all weekend long, providing some of the best racing action from some of the veterans of our sport.
Yellow. No start. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, Caleb, but
go ahead.
No start.
And a couple of notables here in this one: Ryan Cassidy, Chris Carroll. List goes on and on and on with the drivers that have been really quick. And again, some drivers that are even racing in the senior heavy class, like the likes of Eric Fagan, and others have shown their pace. David Galoni has been one of the drivers that's been impressive to me as well, working his way through the field. Mark Steele as well, starting further back in the order. Look out for Mark to try and get up there as well. And a couple of others. David Cole was on the verge of a podium last year at the Grand Nationals, and unfortunately that ended prematurely for him after finding himself off the racetrack. He looks to work his way on what was a struggle for him all day yesterday.
You know, speaking of David Cole, Caleb, I mean, I'm sure you've talked to him this week. You two have history at this event.
We do, a little bit. Obviously, what I'm about to say, I don't promote at all. But me and David Cole were teammates last year, found ourselves going to the 9-degree left-hander after the scale tower corner, and I just kind of misjudged the braking point and sent David Cole into the weeds. And then I crashed a couple of corners later, which David Cole ended up passing me later on. But
did he wave when he went
gave
by?
it back to him.
I think he did end up waving. He was like, man, I was trying to see who put me off the racetrack, and I look over, and it was you. It was my teammate.
I'm sure he misses you this year, Caleb.
I'm sure he does. Next year, we'll bring back the hashtag beat or hashtag punt David Cole off the racetrack again. So we'll see how it goes. But time to get the Masters underway here.
Green, go. A lot of smoke coming out of somebody's clutch back there.
Yeah, a lot of smoke there back there. Tim Schutt looked to go side by side with one driver. Sketchy Barnes finding himself off the racetrack early on in this one as they all work their way through.
I think that's Eric King smoking so bad.
Could be one driver there further back as well. Eric King potentially, but side by side throughout this field. And again, more smoke. Yeah. Wheel banging all the way through. A couple of the barrel art machines off the racetrack on the exit. A 90 degree going to the cell tower hairpin. Here's Rod Clinard stuck on the outside. A couple of the legends. Tim Schutt here in that battle as well, finding himself locked in a duel with a couple there. But everybody in the top 10 able to work their way through. Timmers, your leader for the Steel Motorsports machine. McIntyre in second. Go back to Fagan. Look like he's even higher than third right now. One driver way off the racetrack. Price.
John Price.
The Coyote machine loses almost 10 spots in the process after contact with another driver.
Yeah, tough break for John Price. He was our heavy champion, our Masters champion last year on the Northeast.
He's having a kind of a tough weekend too so far.
Yep, he's been having a tough weekend.
Well, there's still time for redemption for everybody.
Right. Indeed, the first time around, the first lap around, so that's time for redemption, especially in this heat race. Working their way through. Timmers leads from Fagan. Back to Chris Carroll for the BJR PPK team. To McIntyre, to Meyer, Cassidy. Another one of the BJR PPK Coyotes there further back in sixth. Bradford, Kasner, Steele, and Dolian, your top 10. But here comes Eric Fagan, the MGM machine on the inside of the 90 degree. Able to get clear. Carroll going side by side there as well with Timmers. These drivers not leaving anything on the table.
They're not going to leave anything on the table, right? But Carroll does find his way into second, but and he's able to lock it in finally.
I kind of almost thought he was going to lose the spot there.
Yeah, no, I thought he was going to lose it too, but he stayed persistent and got in.
No, he's got an awful lot of experience too. I mean,
oh yeah,
Chris has been racing forever and ever.
So now you got Fagan in the lead, Chris Carroll in second. Who was that? Timmers?
Timmers, indeed, another one of the Barrel Art Steel Motorsports machines that finds himself inside of that group. McIntyre as well is another one of the Barrel Arts. Right. Mark Steele sits back in ninth at the moment in his Ricardo Kart Barrel Art machine. But the top 10, very close together, sharing almost the same piece of real estate here on the racetrack.
Wow.
And we talked about big packs. All of the top 15 get through, and here comes Chris Carroll on the inside. More drivers looking to work their way through, as well as Timmers. Eric Fagan able to recover to second. Everybody slotting back in a line and working their way through the next couple of corners. Again, very mature driving from all these veterans of the sport and showing why they're the masters at their craft here.
We had a meatball flag come out, and I believe Eric Fagan has lost his rear bumper.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's going to be
devastating.
So if he lost it completely, that means that exhaust is completely exposed. We'll take a look at the rear bumper here of the MGM machine that's in second. And we'll take a closer look at that. He does have one of the steel rear bumpers, so could be camouflaging with us. But
it's hard to see.
No, that's off. That bumper is not even on that MGM machine. Eric Fagan, no rear bumper here. A little bit of old school racing, you could say. But again, for safety reasons, Fagan going to have to pull in early, and that bumper, indeed, completely gone out of that MGM machine. He's going to see it once again.
Yep.
And that meatball flag coming out for Fagan, his second heat race in Masters. It's going to end prematurely.
Incredible that he's still able to run in second place, because that messes with the handling of that kart.
Yeah, and I mean, those MGMs are kind of down to the wire with how they kind of work, and that rear bumper as well, helping with the suspension of it. Obviously, when we talk about karting, they don't have suspensions in them. Those rear bumpers, with how loose they are, they work as suspension. So Fagan's bumper is gone. So that means he doesn't have that suspension for that kart to kind of flex the way it should with that rear bumper. So we'll see if Fagan saw it. He should pull into the pits this time around and allow his competitors to get through. He's on the inside. So unfortunately there for Eric Fagan, and it's going to be a long way into the pits there for Eric, and pulling into the inside line, and you're going to have to pull off. He's stopped. They're going to let all his competitors go through, and again, if he were to slow down and hit the brakes, he would kind of gaggle this entire pack back. So
he did
smart thinking there. Yeah. Smart thinking by Eric Fagan to not affect this race in any way.
So now Chris Carroll with Timmers, McIntyre, Meyer, Steele.
We got Cassidy back there in it'd be sixth place now. Ryan Cassidy,
Yep, Ryan
Here comes Timmers, though, side by side there with Chris Carroll. Into the shark fin. That was close, and it's almost like a roller coaster through that shark fin with the amount of banking there. Here goes Timmers on the inside. Carroll going to get shoved on the wayside here. McIntyre looking to go through. Mark Steele as well. Going to get some help further back from another one of his Steel Motorsports machine, and David Galonia. 4 laps in, 4 laps to go in this Masters heat race. Everybody side by side. One driver there got stuck on the outside. The 30 Coyote machine of Meyer almost got sent to the wayside. We saw that happen earlier on today in the senior light heat race as well with Cameron Reed, who dropped the tire into the dirt, and she just lost it. Kind of hard to control it because the curbing there with the drop off on the side of the racetrack just sends you around almost.
All right, so now Timmers, your new leader. But Chris Carroll's right there, McIntyre.
I'm surprised Chris Carroll's was able to tuck back into second place there. I thought he was going to fall way back.
He was persistent there.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he just kind of pushed his way in. You're right.
Well, that's what you got to do. There's not much racing room here with the way these guys are driving so tight. And look at the freight train that they build up, you know. It's amazing how evenly they are. Power, like I said, this is the best spec racing you're going to see because there's not much difference between all of them except for how they set up and how they drive. And when you catch all your top drivers, this is what it becomes.
Yeah. Yeah, you get, or at least I get so used to going to like different regional races and whatever, and you see the top drivers really stand out over everybody else.
They pull away.
Well, here your top drivers are the first 40. You know.
Whoa! Here we go for the lead of the race here. McIntyre looking on the inside of Carroll. He gets through. Carroll shoved to the wayside.
Chris.
Mark Steele gets through. Carroll just got kind of beat up on there by a couple of the Burrell Art machines that are 1, 2, 3 at the moment. The Steel Motorsports camp. For Mark Steele, the lead man in that camp, leading his field away, and as I say that, one of the Charlotte Claire machines off the racetrack there in the back.
Again, Carroll's just got to use his head and say, okay, I'm giving up those positions or I'm losing those positions, but I'm still in the hunt, and I still want to get some decent points so I get a decent starting position in the feature. This is not the feature, so you don't want to get knocked out where you get a DNS and DNF, and it's, you know, no points. So he's doing the right thing. He's got to be patient.
And it should be 2 sticks up this time by the stripe.
Okay.
They're about half a lap away.
Oh!
Yeah.
One driver goes around there, McIntyre, in the 498 sat third for the Steel Motorsports team. He just went around and is out of this race early. One of the front runners in this Masters class. Going to leave the 2 Burrell Arts ahead of him in Timmers and in Mark Steele to lead this field away. Unfortunate there for McIntyre. Look, he just dropped the tire into the grass, and that sent him around. He's trying to get restarted here, but wow, it all fell apart for him and J.D. Gunn as well.
Oh,
that fell way down the order. Something in the mid-pack there.
There goes Carroll.
Affected him. Chris Carroll getting his elbows out, looking to go on Roderick.
Yes, he is.
Chris Carroll, what a move, and Meyer gets through.
Now he's got a Coyote right behind him so they can work together. They're not on the same team, but they're both Coyotes. They both know each other for many years. So I wouldn't be surprised if Myers helps them get up to the front.
A little bit of a manufacturer battle in between the Burrell Art team and the Coyotes here. 1-2 for the Mark Steele camp, and then 3-4 for the PPK BJR Coyote led team with
4-5. I'm sorry. Oh no, 3-4. You're right.
3-4 indeed here. That team led by Jarsa Karak, John Seglem, and Jim Lapari. That operation that comes together with a lot of different hands, a lot of different as well. People getting in to the mix there. 2 laps, 2.6 were in the air. The last time around, a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, Chris Carroll's a part of that team, but Meyer is not. He is, I would say, a Coyote driver. That's it. And Meyer's been around a long time Coyote driver, as well as definitely Chris Carroll's been probably the longest Coyote driver here, I would think. Ryan Cassidy might come close, or might have him by a year or two, but I know Carroll's been driving for Coyote since junior.
The white flag is out, 1 lap to go.
White flag in the air here.
The Red Army up front.
We talked about that battle, and very well said there, Dave Mack. The Red Army leading this field away, but a lot more drivers starting to get into the mix here. Meyer, Bradford, who sits in 5th. Haven't talked too much about Bradford, who's kind of been sitting there patient in the 5th spot. Still biding his time and looking to pick up the scraps when the top 4 decide to implode. Here goes Carroll on the inside of Mark Steele, side by side. Steele gets shoved to the wayside. Look and hold on to it. 2 tires into the grass. Galonia going to push him through. Here's Bradford now stuck on the outside. More drivers.
So now you got the 2 Coyotes in second and third. So Timbers could be in trouble now if Myers helps Carroll, which I think he will.
Oh, that was a big moment there for Timmers. And he went middle of the racetrack defensive. This is going to give the inside to Chris Carroll. Meyer going to push Carroll through. Here comes Mark Steele and Bradford. Steele up to third. And here comes David Galonia. How about that? This driver bided his time up to third for Galonia.
Meanwhile, it lets the Coyotes pull away.
Yes.
The Coyotes indeed pulling away here in the last lap. Meyer, Chris Carroll, picture perfect to end heat race number 3. We'll see how much they battle coming to the line.
Here we go.
Meyer and Carroll.
There goes Meyer.
Side by side. Meyer looking to have the upper hand here. A much better run there for Meyer. Hopping up on the seat.
He does it.
Meyer, your winner in Heat 2 for Masters. Chris Carroll across the line second. Back to Galonia. Mark Steele and Ryan Cassidy, your top 5.
Wow, what a run by Meyer.
3 1,000ths of a second. Unbelievable.
Well, they were both jumping up and down out of their seat, trying to get that little bit more. And Meyer, who played it good through this whole race, helped Carroll get up there and then said, hey, it's every racer for himself when we come to the finish line here. And like I said, they are not on the same team, but they are both Coyotes, and they definitely know each other for many years. So no bad blood there. But great run by Sean Meyer. It's been a while since I've seen him up front, and he's done it here in this heat race.
Yeah, how about it as well for David Galonia getting it done, finishing third. Cassidy, and here's your top 15 pickup, getting set to go underway after a hectic second heat race for your Masters drivers. We'll be right back after the break.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
At Precision Performance Karting and Brandon Jartha Racing, developing winners is what we do. We're a complete karting program with support, driver coaching, parts, and arrive and drive packages at all levels. Trackhouse, Motorplex Karting Challenge, club races, the CKNA South Division, the CKNA Majors, and a complete in-house ladder program with the BJR to move from 206 club racing to the highest levels of KA and X30 competition in the U.S. If you're ready to learn from industry veteran John Seglin and multi-time U.S. Pro Kart Series champion Brandon Jarzakrak, head over to ppkartingfl.com and contact us today.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Welcome back here to Kart Chasers live coverage of the CKNA Grand Nationals. Your 206 juniors out onto the racetrack now as they get set to take the green flag. Cade Yeager on the inside, Christopher Wakefield on the outside. They delivered some great racing action yesterday, but that's just the start. We get down to it in heat race number 2.
And we are green, 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 go, go, go! Cade Yeager jumps up front all by himself.
Yeager able to get ahead. Wakefield up to second. A couple of drivers going off the racetrack. One of them goes in on the barriers backwards. Going in there. Contact early on here. Top 10 able to make it through.
So Cade Yeager from Wisconsin jumped up to the front. Well, he was on the pole, but he took the lead right away, and he's starting to run away.
He was on the pole in this race. Indeed, he started on the inside alongside Wakefield, so able to get a good start there on the inside line, the preferred line. Especially when there's 20 other drivers there on your inside. If you're on the outside, it's really hard to get a good start here throughout the heat races. But Wakefield did a good job of it, slotting into the second spot for the low-key racing Soda USA team.
Yeah, just like the other heats, first lap, these guys are going to be figuring out where their position is. You know, get your positioning right, maybe be a little bit more aggressive, but it's really going to come down to that final lap.
Yep.
And Yeager has raced with Cup Karts for so many years, and he's so competitive. They do such a fantastic job. Cade Yeager, number 64, and he always wears the green and black. I appreciate that, so I can always pick him out. Here they come down the long straightaway. We're going to go by the stripe. And, of course, your leader is Cade Yeager, followed by the 811 Christopher Wakefield. Holden Hardner in third, Shane Smith fourth, Adriano Iannuzzi in fifth, Braden Domont in sixth, Hudson Jack Erlin in seventh, Jacob Shabley in eighth, Tegan Schneider in ninth, and Nicholas Capolongo in 10th place.
It's going to start to heat up here further back, fourth on back. A couple of drivers slotting out of line, getting back in line. A lot of pushing and shoving here. And again, Kyle, you talked yesterday or earlier on today that you couldn't even stick a foot in between all these drivers. They're all pushing and shoving each other through the corners, and here goes. It's all going to explode here just in the middle of this group. Like Iannuzzi went on Shane Smith in his machine, and it all kind of got turned upside down there. The top two pulling away here a little bit, and speaking of getting turned upside down, a couple of drivers there further back losing some spots and into the grass here early. Going to end their race prematurely. Everybody getting through now at the scoreboard corner. Single file up to the shark fest.
16 was Ben Corkery. I don't know if he recovered and got back out.
Well, Caleb, I was going to say the entire top 10 was under a blanket. All it took was one time around the cell tower. Now we have about 20.
And that's exactly what you get with 206 racing, right? With the momentum and the amount of attrition it kind of takes to go out there and win a race like this. It shows you how moves like this one right here on our screens in Wakefield. This is going to affect Cade Yeager here and everything else further back. If they go side by side, you see that gap open up to a car length. And then further back, they're going to push Yeager back up there with the momentum that they've built up and push him right back to the top 5 or the top 4 that are right ahead of them. So this is just, it's, you know, you can't predict in the early stages of this race. You don't know if Wakefield's going to win, even though he's in the lead of this race. And that's why four-stroke racing is so unique, because you don't know what's going to happen or what can happen with the amount of drag races we've seen all the way down to the finish line. You have no idea, and I think, Tony, you've said this as well, you do not want to be in the lead of this race whenever you get to the last corner, because more often than not, you're probably going to lose it on the drag race to the line.
Unless you can really put a little gap between you and that second place, or third and fourth, fifth place, depending on how many are in the line. You know it's going to be a drag race down that that's a long straightaway this year, and they got time to, if they bundle up behind you and pull out and somebody's pushing somebody.
Two off. Oh, two drivers way off the racetrack and into the barriers. One of the Sodi Racing USA machines that was running up at the front. Is that Shane Smith?
Could be.
Is that the 150 that was at the front of the pack? Wow, that was insane there, Smith. Maybe out of this one early. And I think it indeed was Smith there that was in the grass, and he was running fifth at the start of this lap.
All right.
Man, oh man.
Still got a Sodi driver up in front. That's Wakefield. He's strong. Wakefield is strong, but he's in a position where he's really got to think how he's going to handle the finish here.
So drivers involved there, Shane Reddy and Smith, the two drivers that were collected there throughout that one. not able, again, losing a whole lot of spots into the grass.
Yeah.
Front of the field finally starting to get spread out a little bit. You know, they were all together a bit, and then fourth on back started battling. And now we have a little bit of a breakaway between the top 3 spots. But I'm sure if Erlen and Domont stick together and put their heads down, they can get back in this thing by the end.
It's a long way to go. More moves being made here in the mid-pack. A couple of the Coyotes kind of getting into it. One of the Burrell Art machines there as well. Another one of the Kubica machines making some moves. As they go side by side into the shark fin. Now continuing to battle. Again, you kind of cannot predict how it goes, but a lot of drivers, one driver further back in the field has some sort of issue here as they work their way up to the straightaway, the main straightaway here. Christopher Wakefield still leading this field away, and everything else further back. Holden Harder has kind of stayed in line in second spot, as well as Yanutzi in third, Jack Erlin as well in fourth, and Dumont as well on the top 5, kind of staying in line here and being patient with each other. And to see this amount of maturity in this heat race has been pretty cool to see here, fellas, on how they're working together, how they kind of think big picture here at such a young age.
Yeah, they have a lot of savvy, race savvy. They know what up. There goes a move.
Yanutzi wanting to go there on Holden Harder. Yanutzi gets clear on this Coyote machine. Erlin as well up to third. Dumont got ahead there, and for Harder, fell back, and he's going to fall under fire here to Cade Yeager, who's in the 6th spot. Look out for Cade to try and make some spots here. Schneider not too far back in 7th, and a change for the lead finally. Yanutzi goes to the point of this field. Holden Harder going to follow him through into 2nd, and side by side, Wakefield looking to stop the bleeding. He's going to retake his 2nd spot.
You know, you think of the age group of this class. You know, when you were 10, 11, 12 years old, how patient were you? You know, we're halfway through this thing.
I'm 20 years old, and I'm still very impatient.
If you're in the top 5 right now, you see the leaders, but you kind of have to be patient. You can't really make too many bold moves. Oh, there's contact 3 wide. Oh.
That got a little hairy there, and more drivers dropping tires off the racetrack. 3 wide there on the exit of 1 on the run to turn number 2, and that got very, very close there, too close for comfort.
All right, so Wakefield could be in a position that he wants to be in at this point in the 2nd place. I'm not sure about Jack Erlin. Does he have the power, and would he get help from Yeager if it comes down to the end? So Yanuzzi still leading with Wakefield, Yerlin in 3rd, Yeager in 4th, Dumont in 5th, Harder in 6th, Schneider in 7th, R. Brown in 8th, Anthony in 9th, and Shavel in the top 10.
Yeah, Scheibele able to round up your top 10 for the BJR PPK camp here this weekend as well. Doing a good job to kind of try and get it done here, running up your top 10 as well. You have Schneider holding Harder there in 6th. A couple of drivers looking to make some moves.
Yeah.
Wakefield in 2nd. Jack Erlin on what looks to be a Comet Eagle, a Steel Motorsports machine. Kubica Kart there. He's able to hold on to his position for now. But Yanutzi in the lead of this race. Wakefield hasn't really challenged them all too much, and that's kind of prompting Cade Yeager to want to go for a move here. And you see Wakefield fade low to kind of hold on to his position. Wants to be in prime position again when the white flag flies in the air the next time around. Now Wakefield going to go on Yanutzi. He's going to lead this field away here as they go up to the showcase corners. Cade Yeager on the inside, looking to get some help. He's able to get ahead of Yanutzi. Now Jack Erlin there in the mix as well, all side by side and battling Dumont and the Steel Motorsports Brell Art machine. Still fighting on the inside of Yeager. He's able to get through. The 09 is Schneider in that blackout machine. He's going through there as well, and Brown, the driver right behind him as well. Another one of the Steel Motorsports Kubicas here in this field, but the drag race to the line here with the white flag in the air this time around. Wakefield, Yanutsi pulling a 3-car length gap, but it's going to close down. The PPK machine of Jaeger definitely going to close down on this straightaway.
Here we go.
White flag in the air, this time by on what's been a patient race for your top 5.
Well, let's see how the patients hold out now.
And you see there already the 09 of Schneider going through and up to 4th now. Gonna have it sight set on Jaeger, and that move opened up the gap further back to about 2 car lengths. Wakefield to the low side. Jaeger looking to go through there on Yanutsi. Jaeger looking to get clear on a fellow Coyote. And he goes around the outside. Not gonna have a good enough run there to get it done, and more drivers looking through. Here comes Schneider on Jaeger. This battle is still side-by-side action all throughout this final lap, and the battling has kind of imploded here as one driver there further back, Dumont, gets sent off with a couple of tires off the racetrack. Like him and Erlin got into it just a little bit, and they may fall under fire here to Brown, who sits in the 8th spot, ready as well. They're 9th. Shibley in 10th hasn't been able to make some moves further up, and for Christopher Wakefield on his final weekend of junior racing action.
Wakefield might have made the move at the right time. He's got a little bit of gap between him and Januzzi, and we'll see what happens. If Januzzi gets help, though, well, let's see when they separate coming down the main straight.
It's going to be close.
And the drag race, here they go. They're not separating. Oh, here they go now. Does he get pushed from Jaeger?
No push. No. But Yanutsi able to clear Wakefield. Jaeger clears him as well.
Wow.
Your top 3. Yanutsi back to Jaeger. Christopher Wakefield to Harder and Schneider. Your top 5 here in the first half.
Yeah, Wakefield got no help at all at the end there.
None at all.
But Yanuzzi did, and Jaeger was right there, so he got the 2nd. And Wakefield had to end up in 3rd. Harder in 4th. And Schneider in the top 5. Dumont in 6th. And Hudson Jake Yerlin finished up in 7th. Ryder Brown ended up in 8th. Shane Reddy in 9th. And Will Wilkie in the top 10.
All right, Will. Good for you.
Yeah, Will Wilkie.
Yeah. And his dad, Fritz, is on site selling his book, Branding Speed.
Oh, yeah?
You can buy it right from the front counter here. You can buy it online, whatever. But, yeah, Fritz wrote the book, Branding Speed. And he will sign it for you if you're here.
Okay.
Are we muted?
All right, we're looking at the grid for the next group of juniors that are going to go out, and they'll be released they're being released right now. I was going to say in about a little less than a minute. and they're being released right now. This is the junior group being brought to you by LIYK. That's Long Island Youth Karting. And once again, I'd like to thank, I'm from Long Island, and thanking Oliver for supporting the junior people, getting junior kids involved in the sport of karting and setting up this LIYK for future racers. So he does a good job of that. And now we're getting ready with this last and final, second heat, I should say, junior class. Up next, at 6 o'clock, we'll go with the Briggs out-of-the-box break-in. So they'll let them take some few laps to make sure everything's working right and kind of break in the motor, as they call it. Right now on the pole, you have Cash Perkins in the starting pole position. Outside is Braden Ziviris, Lucas Theck, and starting in the second row. Alongside of him, Sam Tutwiler. In the fifth starting spot is Brady Shad. In sixth, it's Jordan Klein. Jordan has been doing pretty good this year on her Coyote, moving her way up, starting in the sixth slot. In seventh, it is Christopher Utsi. In eighth, it'll be Gage Shipley. In ninth, it'll be Sebastian Day. In 10th, the 877 of Tyrone Kemper. In 11th, Derek Warko. And we're getting ready to go here, so you pick your favorite driver. You can see them up on the screen. We got 40 people out there, Emma Plate in 40, and a total of 46 drivers. A tough break for Isaac Malkiewicz, who's all the way in the back. He's one of our top racers, had some bad luck here this weekend, but keep an eye on him.
And we are green, green, green. Go, go, go. Sorry, Tony, I didn't mean to step on you, but we are green, good. And we're flying into turn one, and we got to cut it up in the air. Everybody's back down on their wheels.
Tough start there in turn one. A few karts up and over, but it looks like everybody's back on their wheels.
Yeah.
And so we'll pick it up.
One kart was physically on top of the other driver, but they came back down and everybody's driving away, and we're very happy to see that.
Fortunately, everybody in the back, okay, like you said, up at the front, it is Cash Perkins still with the lead. Field top 10 under a blanket right now, as we've seen. Again, getting your positioning right. Cash Perkins got teammates 1 and 2.
Yep.
See Sam Tutwiler there in third.
Braden Zers, what a start for that driver in the BJR Coyote machine for PPK here today. But again, a couple of drivers, notables that we talked about. Ike Malquit starting at the rear end of the field, as well as Nate Dupuis. Nate Dogg from Canada having to work his way through this field. So we'll update you guys on them and how they're kind of stacking up. Wargo lost a couple there at the start, and here comes the rest of the field. A couple more of the low-key racing machines, side-by-side action further back, and a little bit of contact there. A couple of drivers now looking for moves onto this main straightaway. Cooper Perez in this mix, and here you have it. A couple of drivers there working their way through. One of them dropping a tire into the dirt sideways almost. Able to get through, and what a hectic start for some of these junior drivers as they all continue to fight up at the front, and a little bit of a different aspect for your top 5 of Perkins, Zerves, Klein, and Shad that all stay single file working together. And again, just you see all the chaos going back and how patient and how calm it is up here at the front of this pack, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Malkiewicz. He's already up 8 positions on with 1 lap just complete. He started all the way back, I believe, in around 45 or 46.
Yeah.
So he's on. I said keep an eye on him. Hopefully he can get up at least into the top 20, which will give him a chance at the feature. So we'll see what happens there. But he had some bad luck, and he's one of our top racers in CKNA. And he is back on the move, and like I said, gaining 8 positions just with 1 lap complete. So we'll keep an eye on Malkiewicz and see how he does here.
Yeah, Kurt spinning off on the scoreboard turn, gets back on the track. Here come your leaders down the long straightaway.
And look at this here, a couple of drivers looking to make moves. The Steel Motorsports machine of Tutwiler in the number 9. Look to make a move, and that half move costing him there a little bit. And again, when I say half move, it's kind of pulling to the middle of the racetrack, looking to go on the top 2, and then thinking better of it, getting back in the line. But in the process, 1, you lost the draft, and the driver behind you as well has been able to close in. Obviously, didn't affect them too much, but for Tutwiler to kind of make that half move it affects him in the long run. And this is exactly what can happen as Klein now looking on the inside and clear there of Tutwiler. So another one at the BJR PPK machines gets through and up in a third.
Yeah, Jordan Klein up to fourth. Jordan Klein, she's having a pretty good
year.
Her whole year. You're absolutely right. She struggled for many years.
Yes.
I mean, Jordan really had to learn her racecraft, and we appreciate her family sponsorship, and that's that Parrington Automotive up in New York. So thank you very much, all the Klein family.
You know, Caleb, this is something you could speak to since you have 206 experience and experience in this event. I mean, it's almost like down the front straightaway, if you're third in line, it's kind of a tricky spot to be. I mean, if you get out of line, get back in too early, you could set yourself up to get past. But if you're just sitting there, I mean, you're almost like a sitting duck in that third, fourth spot.
Indeed, and I mean, I learned the hard way more often than not. I didn't have much experience racing in packs like this, about 60 drivers total throughout some of the heat races, and throughout that, I mean, black and white flag coming out for somebody, so that's a penalty for one driver out there on the racetrack. But I think it's quite notable who that is. That's the 52 of Lucas Theck.
Lucas Theck. I don't know
what he did. Who gets the penalty there. He did something to get that penalty. And
so
for that
I think he's looking to
out.
see who he can give the position back to, so that penalty will get taken away. But he was looking around. You can see him, and he's holding back. So he's trying to, I guess, figure out who it is, and he's going to give him that position, and this way the penalty goes away. Then he could get back to racing. Yep.
And Kyle, to answer your question, back to what we were talking about being third in line, that's one of the most deflating feelings. Making half moves, it costs you almost your entire race if you continue to make half moves. If you're going to go for a move, racing under the CRG and LSR team, you and Jeffrey was telling me, if you're going to go for a move, you better go for it and make it sick. If not, you're going to lose a whole lot of time either going for a move and then thinking better of it, hitting the brakes mid-corner, because everybody else behind you is going to run straight through you and freight train you on the exit of the corner. And that's exactly what kind of played out there for Tutwiler, who was looking for a move, thought better of it. And for Brady Shad, not going to waste any time behind that and not going to see half moves being made. He's going to want to go, and that's exactly what he did there. And again, for Tutwiler, going to have to start to regroup himself, because Jordan Klein, she's right behind him and looking to make a move. And the same goes here for Gage Shipley, who currently sits 6th in the order in that lime green TB Kart machine as they reach the halfway mark. 4 laps down, 4 laps to go.
Yeah, I think, when you run these heat races in a crowd like this with the major champions here and everything, a little different strategy until you get to the feature. So the main thing is, like we've been saying, and I'm not saying everybody has this strategy, but try to hold a position. Don't make something bad where it's going to knock you out, especially in the early on heats. Just try to hold position, get points, and pass when you can, push when you can, but do try to stay safe. When it comes to the feature, it's all bets are off. So we'll see how aggressive it gets. But in this part of the racing with these heat races, aggression should be really checked, so you don't knock yourself out or get caught up where you're going to go to the back of the pack and lose a whole bunch of points and not get a good starting position in that feature. You need a good starting position with all the major people that we have racing here.
And a couple of moves are further back in the field. One of the Cole Nelson and Vader machines there got past. Derek Wargo just at the back of that pack that's kind of fighting outside of the top 10. Just on the edge, and a little bit of an update there on Isaac Malco. It looks like he got involved in some first lap incident.
Must have happened, yeah.
He's 44th only here in this race so far, so he's not making up any spots like we would have expected him. But look at this here. Again, the 65 out of line of Brady Shad. We're talking about half moves. That's not necessarily a half move because, again, he moved to the bottom, and Tutwiler looked to push him through, but when they thought better of it, they saw back in line, get back in the drafting range. Cost them just milliseconds there, and again, they look back, check their shoulders, make sure they're still all here, working together, side by side, further back. A couple of drivers banging wheels here, and this is the battle all the way back. Nathan Dupuis, Nate Dogg, further back, just at the tail end of this pack. A couple of the MGMs, a couple of Burlar Steel machines there as well, still battling it out.
Yeah, something happened to Mal Hewitt. He was on the move up. He actually got up into the low 30s, and then he must have got a little too aggressive, and I think he's out of the race. So that's going to be a tough one for Mal Hewitt. Again, this is where the patience, especially when you're trying to come up through the pack, you got to make your. I know it's tough sometimes back there because you're with some of the slower drivers, but if you want to be a decent spot in the feature, you gotta have patience.
Indeed.
And just grab as many spots as you can.
And especially when you're starting that far back and you're a fast driver, you start making desperation moves,
right.
low percentage moves that may not work all the time.
Right.
And even for a driver of Ike's caliber, he may find himself in the LCQ with 2 bad results throughout the heat races. And that's a driver who was wicked quick throughout the qualifying sessions, and one of the front runners. He's won a couple of the national events this year. One at Charlotte. He won the Spring Nationals there in great fashion. So for the Steel Motorsports machine of Malquit, and that's just kind of, it shows you how hard the Grand Nationals are and how hard it is to kind of get it done here today. A couple of moves there further back in the field. Utsi looking on the inside of Shipley. Utsi's able to get clear.
It's worth mentioning here, guys, that we've had a top 6 breakaway here in 7th and 8th of Christopher Utsi and Sebastian Day. They have been trading purple lap times this entire race, and they have worked their way back into this top group. They're fast, and they are coming.
Yep, and it's getting close to the end, though, so.
Is it 2 sticks up this time, buddy? Or white flag?
I think it's white flag.
Okay.
I think it's white flag.
I think you're right.
So it's going to be Cash Perkins, Severus, Shad, Tutwiler, Klein. Klein's still holding on to 5th.
So the dancing, when they see that white flag, the dancing will really start happening here.
Well, let's see well, you got
couple of drivers
the
in
BJR
this mix.
top
And again,
3.
The Coyotes have been so really good all day long. White flag in the air this time by. And again, we have no idea who's going to come across the line in the lead of this one when the checkered waves in the air. Cash Perkins, the man on the hot seat right now, the driver in second for Shad, still looking to make some move. And here goes Braden Zerbs on the inside, able to get clear on Tutwiler, who's going to lose a spot there. Zerbs able to get clear and up into the top 4. Sorry, who's able to get back. Or will look to be Utsi there as they continue to fight. And here goes Zerbs looking to make up another spot. And it's going to be PPK, BJR, 1, 2, 3. And the top 2 start to get away here with that move. A couple of corners set to go. Into the green corner we go.
And that's what Perkins and Shad needed to break away a little bit, as Zerbs there was battling it out for that position, trying to make it an all BJR, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. But right now, Zerbs, is he in 4th?
Because we got Tutwiler indeed in 3rd. Fell back to 4th because Tutwiler went back on the exit of the green corner, looking to regain that spot. And we'll see how much the top 2 fight. Cash Perkins going to lead us to the final corner here on the racetrack. And everybody getting through. Zerbs looking to hold on a position, but a drag race all the way to the line for the 2 Coyote machines. Checkered flag.
Nobody's going to help
Tutwiler. No black flag. Side by side all the way down to the stripe. 3 wide all the way through. Cash Perkins. Did he get it done? He did it. Tutwiler surprises both of the Coyotes across the line, and they were giving each other thumbs up. Shad points to the right. Tutwiler out of nowhere. Surprises the Coyotes.
Well, they were worried about who's passing who's staying next to who, giving the thumbs up. Tutwiler got in there, and I said nobody would help Tutwiler, which he didn't have help, but he got a good run coming down that straightaway, and that by, look at the gap there. It was unbelievable. Tutwiler gets the win. Perkins finishes up in 2nd, Shad in 3rd, Yahtzee in 4th. Jordan Klein stays in 5th.
Indeed, a good showing for Jordan Klein and the Coyote team. Brayton Zerbs, 6th. Gage Shipley today. To Lucas Steck and Tyrone Kemper Jr. Your top 10 here in this one. Cooper Perez able to hold on to it for the Cole Nelson Racing Invader team. 11th. You go back. So the drivers in your top 15 round up by Jackson Corbet. That's heat race number 2 for your afternoon groups. Next up, we go racing under the lights. A quick commercial break, and again.
No, we got
heat race
about
number
9
3.
minutes. 9 minutes. We got the break.
9 minutes.
Out of the box challenge
for the out of the box.
So my mistake here. The out of the box challenge coming up next, free for everybody to view.
Well, it's just a break-in period. It's not a race.
Oh, just a break-in. My mistake. My mistake. I'm all uninformed here, so I'll leave it to the professionals here. But we'll be right back in a couple of moments' time.
magic. And I won't stop. Feel the dark magic.
Okay, so what's going on right now? This is the out-of-the-box challenge. This is earlier in the day. People had a random draw for an engine, brand new Briggs engine in the box. They had a maximum of 20 minutes to install that engine on their cart. They did it. Then they had to do, and the first one gets the pole position in the race later on with that brand new engine. And it went by whoever was done first. I heard the first engine was done in less than 3 minutes. So we should have the lineup now. This is just simply a break-in session for these engines. So there's nothing going on. It's just simply a break-in session or basically a warm-up session. So we'll be back at, looks like 6:15 Eastern time with the cadet class. Round number 3, heat race number 3.
Yeah, so what's going on the track right now is just first of all, it's a different track than what we've been running all weekend long, basically. And they're just out there, what we're calling the break in the motor, also to get the drivers understanding what course they're going to run here. I already see a driver pulling off, so I'm not sure if something happened.
That's not good at all.
And I guess maybe his throttle cable broke.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He's trying to push it along. So I'm not sure what happened there, but evidently he lost power or throttle cable broke or the chain came off possibly.
Oh, that's sad. Anyway, so we're going to let you just enjoy this. There's nothing really to announce. They're just going on, and we'll come back at
6:15.
6:15, the cadet class, heat race number 3, 8 laps long.
Right. You got it?
Well, here's what we have left here on the Saturday evening of October 12th, 2024, the 8th edition of the Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals. A couple of updates for those of you watching on at home and for those of you here in the paddock. If you have a matching number to any of the drivers that are in the Senior Showdown, if that driver does win, that has your number. If you're in Cadet, Sportsman, or Junior, you're going to get prizes for all three of those drivers that do have the matching number to whoever the winner of the Senior Showdown is. So stick around, and again, you're going to want to make sure to see if you have the same number as Mark Steele or any of the drivers that are in that class. You're going to want to see if you win a prize at the end of it as well. Another announcement here for the Out of the Box Challenge for those of you in the paddock and for those of you watching on.
Okay, we're back with, on Kart Chaser, we're back with Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals. We are yellow. We did not get a start. This is the Cadet class, their third heat race, 8 laps long, Cadets, and we did not get a start. And, man, we're spinning already and highlining on the curb and getting it going again. So we're gonna go around another lap and try to get there. Somebody's walking off the track somewhere. I'm not sure where we lost the cart, but, yeah, the driver is walking on the track somewhere.
Did we get the lineup?
And so we're going to get started all over again here. In just a moment. Once again, a huge, huge, huge happy birthday to the guy who owns this whole property and owns Castle Motorsports Park and Comet Kart Sales. And that's Mark Dismore Sr. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mark. And especially Mike Adams and Estina for welcoming us for so many years. The very first year we worked here, we didn't know how many entries we would get, and Mark and Mike and Estina worked with us, and we made it work, and everybody's very happy with the results after 8 years, so we're all excited about that. And here comes our Cadets, going to take a long ride down the straightaway again, and we'll see if we can start. Tony the Toe sitting next to me. Tony the Toe from New York City. We're going to call it Long Island, New York. I'm from northern Minnesota, so we sound like complete opposites, which we are.
Complete different accents here.
We get along very well, and we just love working together. And
working with the Kart Chaser people.
And working with Kart Chaser. And Kart Chaser is the best thing to ever happen to karting, without a doubt. You know, all this publicity, TV stuff. So we're watching Ryan the Flag Man. Green, green, green. Go, go, go. Hammer down, boys and girls. And a hard left-hander, and this is
hope
the junior
everybody
class.
Gets through.
And we look pretty clean. We look pretty good there.
Somebody dropping a tire in the dirt, but not bad.
Yep. There's been a lot of drop tires. Big rollover on turn.
It might be a stop to this.
Out of turn 3, maybe turn 4.
A red flag might come out. I'm not sure.
You see all the corner workers ready with the red flag, but they're not displaying it.
No, I see people putting their hands up. Yep, red flag is out.
Okay, we are red. We are red. Yeah. So we're going to put a halt in this, and we're not really going to comment on the situation. Tony and I can't see it from where we are anyways, behind the building, but we're not even going to comment on this.
We see the guy with the red flag.
Yep, that's all we see. So.
Yeah, so not sure. I know. I mean, there was an accident. A cart went up on its side. Not sure what happened or if there was how many were involved. But it did look like a red flag situation, and like Dave said, what we see, the red flag did come out.
Yeah, and this is our Cadet class, so we just want to make sure everybody's okay. I'm hoping, crossing my fingers, hoping everything is just fine.
Yeah, hopefully everything's good.
So and what a turnout we have this weekend. We're not going to really comment on what's going on the track until we know better. But
I don't see the ambulance rolling yet, right? It's still sitting there.
There's actually 2 of them on property here, Tony.
Oh.
This is the one this way, and I don't know where the other one is.
So that's a good sign.
Yeah, that's a very good sign. You're right. We got a Jessica and Chris in one of the ambulances, and Sarah and Matt in the other ambulance. And I'm not sure where the second one is located, but
I see something on this.
Okay, here comes the pickup truck ambulance next to us, so that's going to go over. I suppose they want to make absolutely sure the track is clear and stopped before they take a chance. So we'll let you know as soon as we hear something. Like I say, Tony the Toe and I have our fingers crossed just like you all do.
So this is the cadet class being brought to you by Lawson Speed Shop.
Oh,
right?
Gary Lawson. Gary, and I got to meet Carrie over there a couple days ago, Gary's wife. And they do a wonderful job in selling parts here.
We thank Lawson Speed Shop for supporting this race. Of course, Gary, a longtime racer, also a champion in CKNA.
Yes, and a longtime supporter of CKNA.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Longtime supporter, longtime racer.
Yeah.
And now he's got his son racing.
Yes, he does. And he's doing a pretty good
Hayden
job.
Lawson?
Hayden, I think, yeah. Hayden, right? Yeah, okay.
Yep. Yeah, here he is. He's starting 8th.
Oh, okay. Hell, I got to look at the machine.
Number 10, Hayden
Lawson.
absolutely,
Hayden Lawson.
So he's doing good. If you're in the top 20 here, you're one of the best. I'm going to say you're doing good. And in these classes, just the amount of talent that's here this weekend is unbelievable. The names you could call out if you finish If you can finish in the top 20, you're doing good. And like you said, maybe we should have had the stickers. I made the feature.
Oh, I hope we do. I don't know if we do or not.
Okay, we're going to go to break, and we'll be back shortly.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
At Precision Performance Karting and Brandon Jartha Crack Racing, developing winners is what we do. We're a complete karting program with support, driver coaching, parts, and arrive and drive packages at all levels. Trackhouse, Motorplex Karting Challenge, Club Races, the CKNA South Division, the CKNA Majors, and a complete in-house ladder program with the BJR to move from 206 club racing to the highest levels of KA and X30 competition in the U.S. If you're ready to learn from industry veteran John Seglin and multi-time U.S. Pro Kart Series champion Brandon Jarzakrak, head over to ppkartingfl.com and contact us today.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
At Precision Performance Karting and Brandon Jarzakrak Racing, developing winners is what we do. We're a complete karting program with support, driver coaching, parts, and arrive and drive packages at all levels. Trackhouse, Motorplex Karting Challenge, Club Races, the CKNA South Division, the CKNA Majors, and a complete in-house ladder program with the BJR to move from 206 club racing to the highest levels of KA and X30 competition in the U.S. If you're ready to learn from industry veteran John Seglin and multi-time U.S. Pro Kart Series champion Brandon Jarzakrak, head over to ppkartingfl.com and contact us today.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, drive in the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there? Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time, it's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR? MXC rims.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
20 more. Drop down.
Okay, we're back here with Kart Chaser, Cup Karts North America. We are at the Grand Nationals. We're in the afternoon session with the cadet class. We are going to shorten this cadet class to a 6-lap race. First of all, we are hearing that the driver is A-OK. I'm still not quite sure who it was, but some driver had a fairly violent flip, but they are A-OK, 100% A-OK. We've got confirmation of that a number of times. So anybody watching from home, if you're a little bit nervous, you don't have to be nervous anymore. Driver is 100% A-OK. So we're going to get going in just a couple of minutes here. Well, the karts are moving right now, so we're going to shorten this up to a 6-lap race. Double file start and a 6-lap race now.
And this will be the cadets' last heat race, which will get them their point, accumulation to see where they're going to start in the feature tomorrow. So, matter of fact, all the rounds we're going through right now are the last heat races of the day, leading up to the features tomorrow and the LCQs and classes that have to have an LCQ.
And that gets into a kind of a little sticky situation. Okay. Excuse me. I didn't mean to cough in your ear. So, what's going on here is heat number 1, you race heat number 1, your finishing position is heat number 2, your finishing position of 2 is heat number 3. These split classes and merging classes and A, B, C, D flights and whatever, you assign points also. So you will not only just move along to that position in your feature, you also have your points, and it's a whole big thing, and to be perfectly honest, I don't understand it. So, and I'm not even sure what the point system is. But these classes, to the best of my knowledge, these classes that don't have any split groups are going to move right into the feature in that your finishing position of heat race number 3. So, and you can see the lights are on the property, by the way. They have lights all over the property, so we're going to be racing after dark here.
So, yeah, just to be clear, so this class is not going to have an LCQ.
Correct.
Right? So wherever they finish in this heat, that's where they will start in the feature.
And you are absolutely correct, Tony. That's the way it is. And they will have, this group will have their warm-ups tomorrow morning, roughly, well, what are we, cadets? So we're scheduled 10:44 a.m. for this group to have their warm-ups.
We got 2 members on the front here, pole and outside pole, which I believe is Dominic Gaddis in the 257, the 224 of Austin Taylor, and they got the green, right?
We are green, go, go, go. And we got a cart, one of the front runners spun around, and we got about another 8 or 9, a couple of bumpers. One bumper comes off for sure.
Whoever lost their bumper, even if they're able to get back, they will be asked to leave the track.
Yep.
It's a safety feature. Right.
Stuck underneath us, and I don't see any of the people that were left off the track who's missing a bumper, but somebody's missing a rear bumper out there.
Well, they might not get back on the track. There goes the flag man with the bumper, walking away with the bumper.
And Race Hero app is showing still red flag, but it's not. We are green. So we're just going to watch here and see who we have coming around. Yeah, and once again, it's a shortened race. It's going to be a total of 6 laps for the cadet class. And I can't quite see the number. Connor Leipka, I think, was first across the stripe, or first probably pole position. Gaddis maybe up there, and we just got to wait till we come around.
Yep, 257, I believe, is in the lead. Hard to see those numbers, Dave.
Yeah. Well, for me and Tony's tired old eyes, I'm sure younger people.
You got to go by helmets or colors. Or
this job is a lot tougher than you might think at home if you're sitting at home watching only your kid.
Yeah, you know where your kid is.
Yeah. So, and yes, across the stripe it is Gaddis. You're right, Tony.
Yep.
So Gaddis, is first across.
Jay Francisco in second, Taylor in third, O'Gara in fourth, Harrell in fifth, McCluskey in 8th and 6th, Howard, that is Hudson Howard.
Yep.
In 7th, and Chase Dixon in 8th, and Melville Dos Santos in 9th, and Will Fetchninger.
Yeah. Anyway, Feichtinger. There we go. Tinger. There you go. That'll work.
Tinger. All right.
Jackson Cadney, Liam Francisco, Drew Blem, Yusuf Adi, R.J. Brown, Arlo Barr, Braden Classy, Jesse's son out there, Brody McDonald, 19th, Miles Brownfield, 20th, Elam Stoner, number 241. So that's your top 20. Dominic Gaddis is the first one by, though. For some reason, Race Hero is still showing red. I'm not sure why Race Hero is showing red flag yet, but I'm sure they'll get this straightened out soon enough. And anybody interested in watching, I've heard that our Facebook page is back up and working properly, so we're very, very happy to hear that. Some messages and notifications or whatever on Facebook, and that has been straightened out, so we had kind of an issue.
I see Slade Harrell, number 8, went purple that time, so he's the quickest on the track, but right now he's running in that 5th slot position. Dominic Gaddis has the lead, 2:57. Jaden Francisco in 2nd. Austin Taylor in 3rd. Danny O'Gara in 4th. Slade Harrell in 5th. And like I said, he was purple that lap around. Logan McCluskey running in 6th. Hudson Howard in 7th. And we'll see if we can pick up some of the action here.
In that 4th place on number 67, Danny O'Gara. His home track is fairly close here over in Whiteland, Indiana. So Danny, I'm sure, races here on occasion. And here they come. They're on the backside of the stripe. They got what is Caleb and Xander keep
Oh, we got another flip. Another flip.
Unfortunately,
I think they're looking at the red. We'll see. I cannot see what happened there, but we do have another flip, and if they need attention out there, the red will go out. We'll wait and see. Right now, we cannot see. Yep, it looks like red flag is waving.
Okay, I do. Yep, they are waving the red flag all over the track.
So the race is again stopped. Hopefully, everybody's all right.
So once again, we're going to take care of our cadet kids here.
How many laps complete? Only 3? Well, sometimes they say if you're halfway, you can call it. Yep.
So anyway, there's not going to be much going on, so we're going to take a slight break again. We are red flagged again.
Okay, we'll keep you posted.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
At Precision Performance Karting and Brandon Jartha Racing, developing winners is what we do. We're a complete karting program with support, driver coaching, parts, and arrive and drive packages at all levels. Trackhouse, Motorplex Karting Challenge, club races, the CKNA South Division, the CKNA Majors, and a complete in-house ladder program with the BJR to move from 206 club racing to the highest levels of KA and X30 competition in the U.S. If you're ready to learn from industry veteran John Seglin and multi-time U.S. Pro Kart Series champion Brandon Jartha, head over to ppkartingfl.com and contact us today.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check
Okay,
us
it
out
looks like
online
our
at
driver did get up and walk away. I'm not sure
AKR.com.
who it was, so I'm not going to say anything. The driver did get up and walk away. Medical staff checked him out. The driver got up and walked away. I think with mom. So it looks like they're going to call this race and move right on to senior, medium, A, and B group. And I think we're going to go to commercial.
Well, that
Oh,
and bringing home some
okay.
hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
At Precision Performance Karting and Brandon Jartha Racing, developing winners is what we do. We're a complete karting program with support, driver coaching, parts, and arrive and drive packages at all levels. Trackhouse, Motorplex Karting Challenge, club races, the CKNA South Division, the CKNA Majors, and a complete in-house ladder program with the BJR to move from 206 club racing to the highest levels of KA and X30 competition in the U.S. If you're ready to learn from industry veteran John Seglin and multi-time U.S. Pro Kart Series champion Brandon Jarzacrack, head over to ppkartingfl.com and contact us today.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, where the racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to
track and be waving you slow, and they don't want the acceleration. They really want you to wait to your closest possible to Ryan. We start. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CKNA Grand Nationals as we get set to go back racing update for the cadets that just came off the racetrack that unfortunately had not one but 2 red flags in a very, very scary run through their third and final heat race on the weekend. It has been cut short. They luckily, again, all the drivers in that class, that's not the end of the world. They will all transfer to the main event. But this group, well, the same cannot be said. Senior medium is going to be another barn burner, and this will be the last chance to decide who goes to the last chance qualifier. And, of course, the last opportunity for 2 drivers off merit to punch their ticket to the Senior Showdown, the All-Star Shootout event later on tonight. And there's a lot of drivers that I think are in decent contention when you look at the points here. Anyone really kind of in the top 6 starting positions for either of these heat races, if all the cards kind of fall their way with how much shuffling and how much battling we have seen over the course of this weekend. It's possible. Maybe Jackson Rolney, the rookie, could race his way towards the front, get himself another good spot. If nothing else, line himself up for a good main event starting position tomorrow. Adam Maxwell doesn't have to worry about that when it comes to Senior Showdown there in the 141. He's locked in, going straight on through to the All-Star race tonight. Jack Grote there in the GFC. How about looking on back? There's the 136, Dylan Amundsen. Man, has he been impressive this weekend on the VLR with TS Racing. This has been weekend number 3, and he's picked up right where he left off a big win. And going from Dylan Amundsen to a one-off and a last-second opportunity there for Matt Maccabee to rep the Hoosier State, and Jerry Fandry Jr. on the TB card. He was leading the way on the fan vote, which closed down moments ago. We'll be, of course, announcing the winners that have transferred in. There's the promoters pick. There's the fan vote that was restarted for the last couple hours on Facebook. And, of course, again, one last shot to race your way on in. Nick Sobiek's locked in. He's going to be dancing tonight in the Senior Showdown amongst the many CKNA Grand Nats reigning champs. And, of course, the CKNA divisional champions as well. Lots of drivers getting ready to go. Yes, indeed. We've got the starting lineup ready for you, and we will be bringing it your way here in just a few moments for their first of 2 groups for the final batch of heat races. Heat number 3 for groups A and B in senior medium. These are, again, the drivers that qualified either 1st and 2nd or 5th and 6th. And, well, it's time to walk you through how they'll line up for this final heat race on the evening. Now, this one, again, Ryan Gensheimer, if the grid is correct.
I don't think it's correct.
I don't believe it is. Yeah, you're right. It looks like it was lined off of the way that it was for heat number 2.
When we first went on the air, we were up front on the outside pole. I know was Hudson Brown, somebody that I know well. Also, I saw them talking to Will Lawler, who's up there probably in about 8th spot. I'm not sure. So I guess we'll get an update on that lineup.
Well, give me about 5 seconds here,
Yeah,
Tony.
yeah,
Let me see if I can pull it for us here at least. It does look proper on timing and scoring. We'll take a look and see if we can't get it for you all based on what it should overall look like. So once again, though, the starting grid for groups A and B does indeed have Hudson Brown and Jordan Pryor on the front row. This group, again, the mix of drivers that were 1st and 2nd, then 5th and 6th, then 9th and 10th in qualifying. Overall, it should be the fastest groups, but again, a lot's changed. They qualified yesterday morning and early afternoon. They are now racing under the lights here at Castle Motorsports Park. Hudson Brown there with the white bumper, the blue, white, and gold Kart. Jordan Pryor, former CKNA Grand Nationals champion, another one of the big names that's going to be in that senior showdown tonight. We'll join him, of course, on that front row. And there are 54 drivers that were running in the senior light races. It's almost that many in total in senior medium, and all hoping to somehow find their way above the 28th position average in their group. Again, the top 56 in points of the 100+ attempting to make it directly to the main will go directly to that main event. Then, of course, it will go back to the rest of the field to fight for the final 4 positions. So here we are, heat number 3. A and B, the final time they all get to go against each other here. And it's one last look at them all making their way down the front straightaway. Here we go. Hudson Brown on the right in the yellow helmet. On the left, the red and white prime power team entry of Jordan Pryor. The Canadians ready to go. And the rest of your senior medium field will begin to work their way into the tram lines. Hands in the air. Yeah, one driver stalled that looked to be Brady Eichhoff, potentially in the 027. And I think he ripped the cord enough quickly coming down the front stretch to refire. So we look good enough. Will it be good enough? Yes, it is. Dave Mack.
Green, green, green. Go, go, go.
And Hudson Brown does what he has to do. He gets on that inside coming out of that turn 1, trying to get the lead. And it looks like, no, he's getting shut out going to, no, Hudson Brown is in the lead. Followed by, that's Pryor in 2nd. So Brown, let's see how long he can hold this. This is a tough race to be out in front right from the beginning. But as long as you could stay in that lead draft, you always have a chance right up to the checkered flag. That's all Hudson has to do. He doesn't have to have the lead for the whole race, but he now dropped back to 3rd. I believe that was, who's the yellow bumper? I forgot.
All good. There's a lot to keep up with here. Let's go ahead and take a look to them all. Jordan Pryor.
Right, up front
Ian
now.
Quinn with the yellow rear bumper.
Ian Quinn, that's who it is.
Hudson Brown back to 3rd, like you said. Ian's already going to go right to the lead.
And Ian goes into the lead, you're right.
Yeah. Great move for Ian, straight down the inside. Pushed Jordan right on through and then said, all right, time for me to go on by. So Ian Quinn now working his way through to the point of the field. And on the opening lap, lots of changes. Chase Jones from 3rd on the grid. Back to the 5th spot, it looks like, on that MPG Kart Republic. Ahead of him, Cale Zimmerman with a great start on the VLR out of Manitowoc, Wisconsin. 1 lap in, 7 laps to go. Contact further back. One of the invaders going wide. Matt Mockabee, the other driver involved. They're going to lose about probably 10 spots just off momentum down the front straightaway, but one heck of a save for the pair.
Look, I give Ian Quinn credit. He came from 6th to take the lead. So what a move by Ian Quinn. Pryor now in 2nd. Hudson Brown in 3rd. Zimmerman in 4th. Jones in 5th. But right, like I said, if you could just hold your position until the end, because that's when everything's going to start. That's when they're going to drag race down the main straightaway. Hudson looks like he's having a problem. Looks like he might be holding up the stream there, and we'll see what happens.
So Hudson Brown, again, like you said, fading a little. But to be fair, Cale Zimmerman showing a lot of patience because he knows he's still got a little cushion. Back to Chase Jones, who's under heavy fire. There's your top qualifier, and a good recovery after a not-so-great heat number 2 for Ryan Gensheimer. The MGM driver stunned the field yesterday, and now behind him, they're 3 wide. Jarsakrak, Will Lawler in the middle. Caleb Gaffera on the blue and green trying to go low. Now he's on the outside in the shark fin. He'll have to find a hole, and he does. Behind Jackson Wolney, it looks like, as they crest the hill to the I-70 hairpin.
Wow, we got some good racing action back there. You got Will Lawler, Gaffara, These are your top. Munson back there. Oh, man, this is going to be a tough race. And all, like I say, you got to do is hold your position because don't get too anxious. Now, Hudson's kart might come in hopefully later. Maybe he's got to set up for the cold weather, and it's going to take a little time for it to warm up, and hopefully he can hold on to that third. But Zimmerman's right there, and Gersheimer, Jones, Gaffara, any one of these top drivers will start making their way up to the front.
How about another one of the top drivers we saw on the grid, Dylan Amundsen moving forward. There's Jerry Fandry on your screen going by on Will Lawler. Jack Grote trying to go as well. Adam Maxwell lined up. More drivers lined behind as Grote has to go to the grass to hold position. Side by side behind him as Maxwell holds the outside. A little bit of sparks beginning to fly. We saw that last night too, but at the barrel arts up front, Jordan Pryor, Ian Quinn are still continuing to keep a coupled car length advantage to the rest of the field. And we've had a change for third. You mentioned Hudson Brown wasn't looking overly strong early. He has faded to fourth as Ryan Gensheimer's closed in, and it is now Cale Zimmerman, one of the CKNA divisional champs that'll be competing tonight in the All-Star Senior Showdown. He's third now on the VLR.
Yep, and that's what I said. Hopefully maybe it's just a setup, and it will come in as this race proceeds. It is getting, here's the change of temperature. It's like a light switch. The sun has gone down. The lights are on here at Newcastle, so it changes the conditions, and hopefully pit crews out there decided what the right setup would be, and we'll see how that fans out because they have 8 laps, and 4 of them are complete at this point.
Oh, we had problems there for Matt Winfrey dropping down the board. So did looked like a few more out of that kind of major pack as they headed down the front straightaway. So we've lost a handful trying to keep an eye on the big movers and shakers so far. I think there's going to be a lot more moving and shaking right now in the lead pack. Look how close they're tightened up now, 8 or 9 deep. Does anyone go low? Hudson's going to try and take third back as behind him, Caleb Gaffara gets through on Chase Jones. He'll bring Jackson Wolney. And Hudson was trying to bring Ryan Gensheimer, I think probably unintentionally, but Ryan looked for it. Couldn't quite get it done. Cale Zimmerman stops the bleeding at 1. He stays in 4th, and they'll get the halfway sticks this time by. Well, 4 down, 4 to go, and the final chance to improve or potentially hurt your starting position for Sunday.
Right, you got to hold on here. This is where you got to think about it. It's better to maybe lose a position rather than to lose this whole race and get knocked out. Don't get too roughed up. Hold your position. If somebody's coming tight, you might have to give way to it as long as you can hold. If you're in the top 10, you're getting pretty good points, and that's what you need to do right now. Of course, yes, you want to win it, but that's just what they're doing. Everybody seems to be holding their line. What a run. Hudson Brown got back into third. Zimmerman's right there at 0-4. Gersheimer, he's been good all day. Now look at Gaffara up in 6, Wolney in 7, Jones in 8, Amundsen in 9th, Maxwell in 10th. Some of your top names here, it could be anybody's race at this point. Pryor has his work cut out for him to hold that lead. Look at Quinn. Quinn's been good all day today.
Quinn's having a great day, great weekend.
Yeah, and a great recovery,
Hudson
right?
Brown going low, trying to get by Quinn, and he does it.
He got him, Ian Quinn having such a strong day. Can he hang on to third at least? Still side by side, he will. Cale Zimmerman backed out there into the kink. Now Ian's looking to go back on Hudson Brown. Wheel to wheel, green corner. He'll take that spot back. Gensheimer.
We got going here, and that's what no problem. He takes the spot back as long as they don't get into it and one of them get knocked out. But hold your position. Hudson looking for help. He's looking for help from Zimmerman, I believe. I don't know if he's going to get it, but they different carts, but neither of them are on the same cart. But it's not a team person from another team that we'll see. I think Zimmerman's VLR.
Cale Zimmerman on the VLR. To be fair, I mean, they worked together earlier. Cale pushed Hudson for quite a bit of this race, more than Hudson's pushed him, but we're at that point in the weekend where you got to be a little bit selfish, and that point of the race as well when the pack is this big. Here's Adam Maxwell, Jerry Fandry, and Will Lawler trying to close on up towards the back of the top 10 right now. They're on the outside looking in, 10th, 11th, 12th, about a couple car lengths away from Dylan Amundsen. Then the next group, check this out here. That is, I believe, the 147 or 347 of Josh Conley, Brennan Hanville, trying to work together. A couple of OTK, local Indiana drivers, I believe, at least for sure local Midwestern drivers. I know one, I think, hails from the Hoosier State here, trying to rep it over Jack Grote, who's now going to try and split the pair up. He'll take his GFC to the inside. Here comes his teammate Reagan Seville on the black and white brigade, looking to go forward as well. They got by Aiden Rudolph not long ago.
Aiden was up as high as 14th. He's back down to 17th. And you've got some more big names, as you mentioned here. We've touched on it. Outside of the top 20, Nick Sobiek still back there. Addison Ianello trying to claw her way forward. Matt Mockabee, we saw him involved in the incident early on the Comet Eagle. He's 22nd as of last time by across the line for the Ohio native. So this midfield fight, a good check-in here while we go back towards the leaders. And we haven't missed all too much, but it's about to really kick off right now. 2 to go when they hit the line. Double sticks in the air, and we're going all the way back to P12 for the main pack. Ian Quinn looking low. Jordan Pryor to the high side. Hudson Brown to the inside. Side by side for second. Pryor goes wide, and Cale Zimmerman nearly ramps up off the left rear tire of Hudson Brown.
What a drive that was there. And both of them were really on the edge, but they held on, and Hudson now pulls into second place.
So with Hudson Brown now at the command of the pack, Jordan Pryor back into fourth, able to find a hole. Look at them all lined up. You just can't afford to give any space. There goes Chase Jones to the inside of Jordan Pryor. He'll get spun a little bit sideways by Gensheimer. Nearly 3 wide in the cell tower as they split apart. And now shuffle in, and the odd man out there as they head over the hill will be Dylan Amundsen. Jerry Fandry's going to go through. So will Adam Maxwell. So will Will Lawler, it looked like. Here is Pryor under pressure from Gensheimer. The Canadian is getting pressure from all angles, and every driver in this pack as up front. Hudson Brown's already caught up to Ian Quinn. 3-man fight here as we come to the white flag next time by.
Again, it's the VLR driver right behind Hudson Brown, and then maybe if they team up, they can get by Ian Quinn. Quinn doing a good job. Quinn's been really good all day today.
Really has, yeah.
So we've been watching him. He's been doing that yellow bumper helps us, and he's been doing really good. So a good run here. We're down. We're getting ready. White flag lap. Now you see them all go to the inside, and now they'll get ready for the next turn, for that left-hand turn, and everybody's staying in line. At this point, it's going to be anybody's race. Top 3, but I'll say top 5, I think, Xander. When they get this close, it could be the top 5.
Yeah, you've got the top 3 of them, and then Chase Jones and Caleb Gaffara have merged.
They closed up, and Gaffara, never count him out. Never count out Caleb Gaffara. He is right there, and when they start mixing it up, coming down that long straightaway, it depends who's going to push who into the lead, and we'll see what happens here.
So as they work their way up and over the hill, cell tower corner now done. Green corner coming up next. Half a lap remains. Hudson Brown looking, having to follow Ian Quinn. Cale Zimmerman, high, low, almost a completed over-under. Everybody to the inside, first to third. No changes yet as they head over to the shark fin. Caleb Gaffara is going to try and take fourth away from Chase Jones. I think Chase is going to let him through. At this point, fellas, you're in the top 5. This is a good point, Saul.
Don't
take what you can get, but don't throw it away right here. Last corner, I-70 to the inside, Ian Quinn. Over under Hudson Brown. Over under from Cale Zimmerman. Now, Caleb Gaffara to the high side.
I told you, watch out for Gaffara.
And he's still got to run. Side by side, Ian Quinn, Caleb Gaffara, and at the line, Quinn hangs on.
Quinn gets it. Oh, man. I told you that Gaffara, don't count him out. He came through the pack at the end. Hudson Brown still gets a 5th. Tough break all in there, but at least they all stayed on the track. Gaffara gets 2nd place. Zimmerman ends up in 3rd. That's where he was running most of the time. Jones in 4th. Hudson Brown in 5th. Gersheimer in 6th, Jay Pryor in 7th, Wolney in 8th. Lawler gets up into the top 10. He finishes up in 9th. A good run by Will Lawler, moving up into that 9th spot. Jack Grote in the top 10.
Man, what a race. So much to keep up with there. Josh Conley repping the local contingent, 11th. The same for Adam Maxwell with a P12 run. Fandry 13th, Reagan Seville 14th, Aiden Rudolph bounced up and probably up and down the leaderboard, it felt like, in every position that had a 1 in front of it through all the teams. He ends up 15th on the CRG. That's a decent run. James Sullivan there on the outside looking in. And already, timing and scoring has moved us to the next group. And it's C&D ready to go here. So we've got already 1 in the books now. Senior medium. And again, this is because, of course, they're trying to make up for that little bit of lost time from the Heat 3 for the cadets. We are going as fast as possible to get us back onto schedule, back and ready here. And I believe this time, I've double-checked it, I've triple-checked it. It looks good on my screen. It looks good on the track. Let's take a look at the starting lineup. It looks proper. Christopher McKeithen on the inside, Brandon Jarsicek on the outside. It's an all BJR PPK front row here for
and look at
heat number
Massimino
3.
in 4th. Oh, man, that's a top BJR team there. Colin Warren in 5th. VLR, of course, James Overbeck. Again, the BJR team is up there. It's going to be tough for the rest of these drivers. Owen Lloyd starts in 7th. That's your MGM guy. Kelvin Zing, who's been really good this weekend, starting at 8th. A good starting position for him. Henry Wheeler kind of making up some time here, getting up into 9th. David Vasquez getting up into David from California, I believe, in that 10th spot.
He has been here quite a bit with the VLR group for David Vasquez. Then here's the rest of your top 10 all the way down to Emil Osman and Brandon Atkins there on row or top 10 rows on 19th and 20th on the grid. Let's go back to the next page here. Check out the rest of your starters coming up for groups C and D. Jake Hevlo there in the 103 MGM. Little work to do from 21st. Starting to look back now past the cut line. That is, again, what we imagine is around that 27th, 28th average. That's where Tyler Dolak and Alex Grenzweig enter heat number 3 right now. And then everyone else behind them, well, they need a massive run to leapfrog themselves into a guaranteed ticket to the big dance tomorrow. Final couple rows flickering through on your screen, all the way back to 53rd there with Parker Fitz. Here we go for the other half of your senior medium field. It is 8 laps the distance, this time Group C and D, and an all white, black and blue front row, but it is no green that time by. Too quick for last year's Grand Nats champ in senior medium, Christopher McKeithen, so we'll have to go and try again. So once again, folks, here for heats C and D, for heat 3 for Group C and D, they will be getting ready to head back out over through the cut-through on the Kit Kart track and work their way towards the back sector to line up. Once again, Christopher McKeithen, Brandon Jarsicek ready to lead us to green. And they have had such a fantastic run all through the day Saturday. It feels like these two in both senior light and in senior medium have been kind of glued to each other, Jarsicek and McKeithen, and they have carved up the field pretty nicely. One heat race in particular, they were making a ton of hay, and McKeithen himself started back in 25th. Unfortunately, an incident earlier in that heat put him under investigation, so he's not quite sure where his Sunday will look for senior light. But in senior medium, right now, second out of half of the class. So you'd imagine points-wise right now, the front row, they are somewhere between first to maybe 4th or 5th in the standings towards that main event. And Brandon Jarsicek, keep in mind, he is actually one of the only drivers in his Superstar BJR PPK tent not locked into the senior showdown. He's got to race his way in. He's on the outside of the front row as McKeithen takes us for attempt number 2.
Ryan says green, go, go, go.
So good try on the second time around. And that will take us over to turn number 2. A nice and spread out start for the field. They've all made it through to 3. One driver off, way off right there, right around probably 15th. Had to go to the grass as the leader is McKeithen. Paulie Massimino fell back. It looks like it's a great start for Nicky Palladino. He's up to second. Off the circuit for Owen Lloyd. A good save right there out of turn 5.
Owen Lloyd, man, what a good save that was.
That was incredible. Awesome save for Owen Lloyd.
He's still in the hunt.
Hanging on to it, but it's not over. There's a lot of contact right here. One of the Sodies is off. That is the 307. That was, I'm not sure who. That was Brody Meyer. Brody Meyer was 27th across the line under the Low Key Racing Sodi USA camp, and he goes out here on the opening lap. Unfortunate for him for sure. Meanwhile, up front, one big line once again, as everybody is trying to at least just settle in for the moment, hopefully not lose too many spots. A couple maybe trying to make up a handful as they head to the I-70 hairpin now. It is McKeithen still out in front. Palladino has been shuffled back a little bit, all the way actually back now. I don't even think he's in the group. Something happened to Nicky Palladino. It is Colin Warren to second, Jarsicek third, Massimino fourth, James Overbeck fifth. And for Colin Warren, this has got to feel like a bit of deja vu in a very bad way, Tony, because he is amongst all of the 4 BJR PPK Coyotes that he fought with in the medium main last year and watched drive away in the light main event last year as well.
VLR.
Yeah, VLR.
All right, so we got Colin Warren breaking up the BJR guys. That's McKeithen and Jossicrat in first and third. Colin Warren pulls into second, and never count Colin Warren out. No. But I'm going to tell you something else. The number 40, Paulie Massimino, has been driving really hard this whole weekend, and he's been doing a great job out there. So don't count him out either. And look at that. You got Overbeck right there in fifth. Lloyd, Owen Lloyd, who's the Ironman, running all three classes in sixth. Zing, who's done a great job here and won one of the heats. Palladino dropped back to eighth.
Back goes McKeithen. He got roughed up a little bit there as Warren got through, and it looks like B. Jars wants to lead. Jarsacrack through. Owen Lloyd side by side with McKeithen. Now he's on the high side. There is a look as well at one of the OTKs trying to get into the mix of it. I think Palladino was the driver trying to fight back forward. Zing there. More drivers off in the dirt. I don't know who we just saw bouncing. Another one's off. That's Kelvin Zing. Kelvin Zing off to the outside of I-70, slowing. Kelvin Zing, who had such a great run.
Here comes Colin.
Here's Colin Warren, meanwhile, for the lead. Chaos all around. 2 laps complete, and well, we've got to at least check in a little bit as Kelvin Zing has lost something there on the engine side. Don't know what happened. It looked like he's reaching towards the carburetor end of it. It didn't look like he was trying to pull the cord, but a big pack. And they have been all over each other here. Side-by-side action on the racetrack. We're going to go side-by-side as well. Down the pit lane with Caleb.
Thank you. There's Andrew. We're standing by with Ian Quinn, your heat winner in the other half of your 206 mediums. Walk me through how that race was. It looked hectic from start to finish.
Yeah, you know, I find myself in this situation so many times, getting up from 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and I was thinking, do I want to stay here or do I want to go to the lead? I was thinking how well all my other races have gone, getting pushed off, passed, run off the track, all kinds of things, and I realized you just got to lead. You got to lead, you got to ride the wave from the top of it, and it seems like that worked. I just hope I don't get towed by in the final tomorrow.
So you think the control factor of leading is what you favored so far this weekend?
I feel like it depends on who's out there. You know, you got a bunch of aggressive guys behind you. You have a bunch of guys behind you. It's difficult to say lead as much as you can because there's a pretty giant chance you'll get freight trained, depending on how aggressive they are. But you know who's with you. Think about your spatial awareness. Think about who's around you, who's going to push you, who's going to try and pass you. You got teammates, you got enemies. This time, leading was the correct choice.
Well, there you guys have it from Ian Quinn saying that being in the lead is the best spot, and if you're James Overbeck, you're definitely going to smile after hearing that.
You can see the mental toll, I think, that this event has taken on all the drivers.
He told it like it is. I got to admit, Ian Quinn, he told it like it is, and that's where he's right. Sometimes you just have to lead.
Yeah, that's right.
And then there's the times when you maybe just hold your position, but who's your friends, who's your enemies? You got to know what's all around you. This is the type of race that this is here with the major champions that are here, the major talent that is here. You really got to know what's around you. Great interview there. That was a great interview by Ian Quinn, telling it like it is.
How about the champions fighting it out right now? James Overbeck, Colin Warren, a couple former Grand Nationals champions right there. Overbeck got his last year. Colin Warren was shut out from victory in 2023, but he has, I think, the most Grand Nationals titles of anyone. I believe the count is at 6. So a big battle between the pair of them. Paulie is on the alongside, and well, there is no love lost, it looks like, from Colin Warren and James Overbeck. I mean, it got so nasty to the point last year Overbeck got a black flag, and now his team owner Brandon Jarsacrack just slid around the outside to the lead, and Colin Warren is blocked in as he throws a side pot at Chris McKeithen. Here's Massimino now alongside him, and Colin Warren is outnumbered 4-1 right now, and he knows it, and it looks like it is just a slaughter for the TS Racing VLR driver. His only teammate Dylan Amundsen was in the other group for this last round of heat races. Brandon Jarsacrack trying to get away as Warren sends it down the inside in the cell tower on James Overbeck.
Oh, man, I tell you, just what Ian Quinn said. You got to know who's around you. Right now, you got BJR in the top 3, and also in the 5th place, Warren caught in the middle of a BJR sandwich there. And it's going to be tough for Colin Warren, and he's been through this before last year, and he has no help right now. I mean, the closest VLR is the Vasquez, but he's back in 8th. He's not on his team, but maybe he would help him if he got up there. So right now, Colin Warren all on his own. There's an MGM there in 6th. That is Owen Lloyd. That's the one single MGM.
Yeah, the enemy of my enemy is my friend there, right? You would think so. Paulie Massimino is going to be the first one at the back of that group to get split away Nice move down the inside. Jonathan Treadwell going by on the orange and black Beryl Art machine. Then behind him, it looked like following was Henry Wheeler. Here's a change up front. Going by the team owner. Overbeck and McKeithen go through. Colin Warren through, and this time he brought Owen Lloyd with him. He's got some help now.
That's it. Now that he's got Owen Lloyd behind him, maybe he's got a shot. And so does Owen Lloyd at this point. Owen Lloyd did what he had to do. What a drive by Owen Lloyd on that MGM. He is some driver driving all 3 senior classes. This guy is an Ironman, a champion many times over also. So like Xander was saying, we got champions here. We got experienced drivers here. It is a tough race. This is a heat race. Could you imagine what the features are going to be tomorrow?
I'm so looking forward to it. I know that for the 3 of us here and the rest of the crew, there'll be not a lot of sleep tonight, not just because the days are long, but because we've got a lot to anticipate tomorrow. And I can only imagine what it's got to be like for a driver trying to fight their way to the front couple starting spots and then knowing that you might be starting at the front of a 60 driver field. I mentioned it earlier. I feel like it is really ringing true now with how crazy they're going at it. They just had another driver go off there as they were side by side almost. Jarsakrak and McKeithen side by side for third. Here comes Lloyd to take fourth. Wheeler looking for fifth. Paulie Massimino's going to let his teammate into line there. Couldn't quite get around him. 2 to go at the line.
Here we go.
James Overbeck, Colin Warren, a little gap as they begin to pull away. And here comes Henry Wheeler to the inside of Owen Lloyd. He'll continue his march forward.
Yeah, so again, Colin Warren, even though he's in the lead, he is all alone. He's surrounded by BJR drivers. Owen Lloyd is in the mix there, but he cannot help Warren at this point. And it's all going to come down to that straightaway, that drag race at the end. That's where it's going to happen. Who's going to push who? And of course, the BJR team is there, so they can push whoever they want, one of their drivers up front. And we'll see what happens if Colin Warren can try to figure out. He is a very strategic driver, Colin Warren, and he's got to try to figure out what is he going to try to do to prevent that from happening. It might be nothing he can do, but we'll see.
Traditionally, everybody, the leader has been gone to the right, and the whole field comes up on the left side.
Yeah. Well, I will say, fellas, that we just heard from the interview, Ian Quinn saying, look, you got a big pack of hungry drivers behind you. Right. The only safe place is in the lead. Overbeck wanted it. Warren with a big over-under. I don't know if he'll be able to hold it in the run of the I-70 corner. Off the racetrack. Sparks flying.
Oh, not giving Warren any room. Warren had his hand up. He didn't like that, but he was able to recover. Unbelievable.
And it's Henry Wheeler to the lead now. Buddy's off to the outside. Here comes Jarsakrak. Here goes Overbeck. It's 3 wide to the lead, and at turn number 1 as the white flag waves.
Oh, man, we said all hell was going to break loose. I thought it was going to break loose on the checkered flag. It broke loose on the white flag lap, and now we're coming down to the checkered. But Overbeck looking to pull away, and that's what he needs to do. And this way he doesn't have to worry. It'll be who's going to finish second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth.
Oh, this is wild here, fellas. Jarsakrak's to the wayside. He's now back a couple spots. Colin Warren has had enough of it. He's starting to get his elbows back out again. Back to fourth on that white, lime green, and blue VLR. Looking at Jonathan Treadwell now moving up. How about some of the more drivers at the edge of the top 10 getting back forward? Nicky Palladino's got new life. The MGM of Bryce Frank is there. Paulie Massimino is back there. Here's a great look as they head to the green corner for the final time. Paulie on the bumper of Jonathan Treadwell. Second and third, Owen Lloyd and Chris McKeithen. I think they might be happy to stay where they are to finish this deal out. Jarsakrak going at it with Treadwell now to the shark fin. The leader, though, James Overbeck.
He's gone.
He definitely had to get his elbows out and maybe get a bit aggressive with Colin Warren. We know that 211's not going to be happy if this result stands, but either way, everybody was throwing haymakers at each other. It was no holds barred. The black and checkers, of course, are headed our way now, and at the line, it'll be Overbeck provisionally with the win, and side by side behind, Wheeler hangs on over Jarsakrak, but Colin Warren was able to keep it ahead of him.
Salvage the fourth.
Yeah, just 100th ahead of Henry Wheeler there.
And I can tell you, I can feel his eyes looking. If Warren could have caught up to McKeithen and them, I think there would have been some more action, and it might not have been the best type of action you want to see. But
very
Colin
quickly,
let's
take a look here, fellas. We've got the results for you. Crazy stuff. Again, unofficial. Keyword there, top of your screen, folks. Heat 3, C and D for senior medium. Overbeck and McKeithen provisionally 1 and 2. Lloyd, Warren, Wheeler, Back to David Vasquez, who sneaks into the top 10 there late. Ben Gaunt, Gianluca Zavalio, Brandon Atkins, Bryce Frank, Cameron Reed all in the mix at the end of another aggressive senior heat race. Light or medium, doesn't matter. When they race under the lights, well, things just seem to be a little bit more wild. Massimino on the line got shoved off. He ends up 18th. Thankfully, still safe and above the cut line. But these drivers now going further back, well, they've got, unfortunately, I think, a little bit more fear probably than anything else. So lot to digest from that one, guys, for sure.
I mean, you know, we knew this was going to happen here today. We were saying that hopefully a lot of the drivers, knowing that they're in the heat race, that they're trying to be a little more civil, because this way you can at least make the feature.
Well, let's take a look here on the grid. You can see that the Masters drivers are ready for their third and final heat race. So they're lined up, ready to go next when we return. Track cleanup underway for a wild senior medium heat CD. We'll have more of the intel when we return on the other side of this. Quick word from our partners and more heat racing from CKNA Grand Nationals 8.
Breaking the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Brandon, why are there all these charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Looking for a team with a...
Well, welcome back from this quick commercial break. James, a wild race for you, and I know you did go through as the winner, but you are being held for whatever, under investigation or whatnot. Just walk me through that race. It looked hectic, to say the least.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was kind of similar to how the racing was last year, and I feel like almost I've taken these heats similar to how I did last year. You know, I kind of struggled in the first two heats last year just because of how aggressive the racing was. And for the third heat, I knew I needed a solid finish. I had a 5th and a 6th before this, so I knew that to get the best starting spot, I needed to get up there and get a win, because earlier I started 6th, then just didn't get a great start, got messed up. Someone in front of me got sideways and lost all my momentum and went back to like 10th or so. And with the final, you can't really afford something like that to happen. So yeah, just step up the aggression and just kind of go from there. You know, everyone was being really aggressive that race, so you kind of have to match that, so you're not the one getting thrown to the back. So I feel like it was a really good race. We had a fast piece, and hopefully that can carry into tomorrow, and hopefully later into the shootout tonight, which that's even more work we still got to do. I get to take place in both. I can't thank the Coyote and PPK guys enough for giving me the opportunity to run the out-of-the-box one and being able to run the All-Star race. GT Machine for the great power they give me. BJR, Smiles, everyone under there is still helping this weekend, so it's cool to have Smiles here. So he can make us even better than we were before. And my driver coach Zeke Height, he helped a lot. Racing for Vets guys, they're here this weekend. It's really awesome with a cool charity like them, and hopefully can get a win for them later on in the All-Star race. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Well, there you guys had it from James Overbeck. A good finish for him to end off the heat racing action, but again, a lot to look forward to with 2 major races still to come his way. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Caleb. As we take a look back onto the on-track action here, we're getting ready for the Masters Class 3rd heat race. So this division has seen a fair amount of aggressive racing, but nothing, I think, to the degree of what we have witnessed for sure when it comes down to the drivers in the senior medium and the senior light class, really any of the senior classes at night. I think it feels like the night racing, they have got everybody, it's just got everyone a little more amped up, a little more wanting to perform, feeling a little bit bigger. Whatever the deal is, or just the fact again also, we've got to remember this is the last shot to go way forward or go way back, because with the field split in half for so many divisions, it could go either way. Either every position is worth basically double. So keeping that in mind, I mean, you look at it and you're like, well, it could be a pretty big deal to be able to go up just 2 positions, because it's basically 4. And in the points, you never know how close you are to the driver in front of you. So there's just a lot to kind of take in with all that in mind. But we're going to find out how the Masters drivers are going to deal with it, because they are ready, all of them, over 50 plus in the Masters division, getting set to do battle. Here we go for the last time in heat racing action before the main events. It's the last time they hit the racetrack, and it's Sean Meyer looking for the green.
No,
we're yellow, no start.
People got their hands up, not sure what happened back there. But a lot of hands were waving, so Brian decided not to give them the green, and they'll send them around. They'll do the cutoff, so they'll come back pretty quick, but I don't know. I don't know what was going on back there.
Yeah, they evidently were not happy with the way that the Masters drivers were,
I guess,
headed down the tram lines. So a wave off for them, but nonetheless, we'll send them around again and get ready to go. More or less here, oh no. Didn't quite work.
No, Chris Carroll's on the
got a little bit off. I thought I had it. Every time I think I have it, I don't have it. Oops. It's all right. The heat races are about dialing in the chassis and the driving. Right now, for me, they're about dialing in the last little bit of our program. I want to say once again to all of you that have joined us for so much of this weekend, thank you so much for supporting. If you're watching at this point, of course, you're already a KC Premium member, or maybe friends with someone that is sharing a subscription, which is A-OK. We appreciate it on all fronts. We thank you for watching. We thank you for supporting. Always continue to like and share everything going on here from New Castle Motorsports Park. A full day of action tomorrow. And for if you got any friends and family that you'd like to show karting to, but they may be on the fence about whether or not they want to, just take a look, remember the night show tonight with the Briggs Out of the Box Challenge and the Senior Showdown All-Star event. Well, it's free to view, and it's coming up after these next couple of heats. But here we go again. First up, Masters is underway now down to turn 1, and around the outside with a big head of steam for Chris Carroll. I think he was able to just slip ahead of Sean Meyer. But you know what, Tony? I think back to the days of that kind of little era, that short burst in the NASCAR pack racing with 2-car tandems. How many times would they line up where the car on the inside leading the field to green would let the driver on the outside jump down in front of him, or the outside driver would be the actual top, first place leading the green. He picked the outside lane knowing the teammate would let him down in front.
But
that might be what it just, no, they're not. But they're on the same chassis, and they have worked together like butter throughout this weekend. Although, well, unfortunately, Sean wasn't able to get in line right behind him. At least he isn't right behind him now if he was off the bat, because it is Mark Steele there now into second. And what a great run off the start as well. Is that another one of the MGM drivers right there in third?
Sean's
it looks
back
like
and forth. Yeah, Sean's back and forth. I don't know who to go. I don't know who's behind.
I think that's Jamie Bradford. Jamie Bradford, one of the, again, another one of the drivers representing the Hoosier State here this weekend in the 118, the Hoosier State kind of club here at New Castle Motorsports Park out of Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Jamie Bradford on that MGM Bradford Racing Machine into third here off the bat, it looks like. So Jamie moving forward, and meanwhile, he's unfortunately, I think, going to go under pressure, and just as he moves forward, maybe lose one, maybe lose two. David Galogna's fighting him there in turn number 2 and trying to go as well, side by side. One of the another one of the Coyotes, that is the BJR PPK entry of Jeff Dalian. As we've got yellow flags waving, one driver off further back, another one in the dust over in turns 1 and 2. The leaders, though, one long train right now.
Yeah, they're still mixing it up a little, but like we've been saying, once you get in line, you want to hold your position, and you know, there's always going to be a fight out on that last lap. Right now, Chris Carroll out in front. You know, at this point, do you want to be out in front? He doesn't have a teammate behind him. He's got Mark Steele, I think. Was Mark Steele still behind him? Yes, I think Mark Steele's still behind him with Bradford. And then he's got Sean Meyer, but again, Sean Meyer's on a Coyote. Yes, he would probably help Chris Carroll, but in this case right now, Meyer's going to race for himself and try to get up where he can make up position. Galawina in 5th and Dolian in 6th. Cassidy in there's Ryan Cassidy back in 7th. That's unusual for me to be saying that.
Yeah, I don't think he'll stay there real long time, though.
You know how that goes, Dave.
First lap complete, now make it to 6 laps to go in heat number 3. Another move down the front stretch from Sean Meyer. Not quite there. David Galogna, one of the locals. I believe David actually out of Indiana here. Another driver that's pitting out of the garages, one of the many. I think they have somewhere in the ballpark of around 70-something garages here at Castle Motorsports Park. And you don't always get to see who's got each one when the major events come to town. Well, I will say for the CKNA Grand Nats, everybody comes out to the track, not just into town. And so you see a lot of garages and a lot of local talent trying to test themselves against the best in the country and the best in North America. Side by side through this entire group, about 8 that starts, it seems, and then goes back. The whole line, though, loosely connected right now, all the way to, well, I mean, you can mark it really at any point. I mean, they're all anywhere from a half second to a couple tenths apart, this entire field that is still running. The couple of drivers that have gone wide have even blended in well. The only 2 that have not hit the timing line are Eric Fagan and Scott Falcone, and it could have been that they did not cross the loop regardless or at all, and maybe we've got actually all the drivers in Masters staying green. So let's see it. Up the hill, back to the leaders for our focus for the moment, and the main group of them all for 5th on back. That's Dalian, Daryl Timmers there on one of the Barrel Arts. Across the line, 3 down, 5 to go. Meyer again looking again.
But he doesn't do it.
Yeah, he just, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe by the way that his lack of runs end up kind of running out of steam on the front stretch, that maybe Sean Meyer's got a tooth or 2 higher on the rear sprocket. Tony, what do you think?
Yeah, that could be. I'm seeing back at 10th. Ryan Cassidy dropped back to 10th, but maybe he's back on the pace. He's got John Price in front of him. That's another Coyote driver. They know each other. So if they start working together, maybe they can get back up there and get a better position than 9th and 10th. But we'll have to see what happens there. 2 Coyotes, and they know each other. They've pretty much pitted close to each other and have raced together. John Price, one of our East drivers who became a champion last year in this class. So we'll see what happens there. But right now, Chris Carroll's got his work cut out for him as he stays in the lead. But a lot of drivers at this point might be just holding position. They just want to make sure they don't get knocked out, and they will go for the lead on either the white flag lap or the checkered flag lap. It just depends how the anxiety builds up, and they want to start moving sooner than later. So we'll see what happens. But right now, I'd say Chris Carroll's got the lead, but unless he could break away, and I think he just gave up the lead.
Yeah, he did. He lost it. So new leader, Mark Steele. And there he goes, slouching back to get out of the air across the front straightaway. And check it out, Mark Steele across the line, leading with them looking to go side by side behind him. But still, I mean, one big connected line of go-karts here for the first 15 to at least really the first 11. Looks like back to May there in the 484 Steel Motorsports Barrel Art. And then on back. Halfway in and halfway home right now. 4 in, 4 to go. And while they'll continuously kind of tease us almost and make it look like we're going to see a pass, there's 1 or 2 moves, really. Not as much movement as you would maybe expect per lap. a pass here.
Cassidy moving up, and I guess he wasn't going to work with John Price. Price stays in 10th, but Cassidy's now up into 6th, I believe. So Cassidy is on the move, and we said you got to keep an eye on him. He gets up into that top 5. We could see some action from him. He would probably also work with, he might work with Myers. They're both Coyote drivers, and they both know each other. Not on the same team, but all Coyote. So we'll see what happens. And Mark Steele, what is he doing, Dave?
Briggs tuck.
Briggs tuck.
But he's so obvious and so accentuating about that. I think we might start calling it the Steele tuck or something.
Let's keep an eye on him. Tell me when there he goes.
Yeah,
He's into the
time.
Briggs tuck. And so look at Steele trying to get so low in that seat. He thinks it might help him, and maybe it is. He's stealing it. There he goes. He lifts up when he has to start braking.
He's been doing it for 2 years now, so he must be happy with it.
So we got the Briggs tuck going on from Mark Steele out of Steele Motorsports, and this is the Masters being brought to you by CRG. Loose nut, what is that?
Loose screw racing.
Loose screw racing. So let's see what happens here. Steele holding the lead. Carroll in 2nd. Dolian in 3rd. Meyer in 4th. Galluina in 5th. Timmers in 6th. Bradford in 7th. I'm not sure what happened to Cassidy. He dropped back to 8th.
David Cologna's around it. Ryan
right in the middle of the
Caster's
track.
out as well. Both of them turned at the exit of the cell tower hairpin, and we go from 5 in the main pack down to 4. New later, Chris Carroll back through to the point. Side by side, Jeff Dolian door to door with Mark Steele. And Mark is, well, he said he's been a little bit frazzled with having 40-plus drivers under the Steele Motorsports tent, and is almost contending for a team record turnout, I feel like, at the CKNA Grand Nationals. So much going on for him, and they still also had an entry in the Briggs out-of-the-box showdown, and they've still got himself and more with an opportunity to go after it for the senior showdown tonight as well. So here we are across the line, 2 to go, and Mark, he's got to find that cool, calm place to be able to fight, because he is heavily outnumbered. 3-1 Coyote versus Bureau Lart in that late pack.
Well, that allowed Cassidy to move up into the top 5. Also, I see John Price moving up to 7th. D. Timmers in 6th. So those two dropping out help those drivers gain some positions. I don't think Ryan Cassidy's in striking distance to make any trouble for the end here. Carroll's going to have to try to hold off Dolian, Meyer, and Steele. We'll see what happens.
Through the back hairpin with a lap and a half to go. Any further updates? That's the next group there. You can see Cassidy, Daryl Timmers, John Price, Jamie Bradford, who was up front earlier. Josh Veloz has gotten into the top 10. Matthew Demers, the Canadian, in the top 10 as well. Couple of Maple Leafs inside the top of the leaderboard. But out of the scoreboard hairpin, no changes in your lead pack, and they've got 2.5 seconds to boot, probably plus a little bit more, with, I would imagine, some more changes in leapfrogging from 5th on back, because the top 4 have stayed single file. They will surely, at this point, be able to duke it out and probably not go further back than 4th, but I don't want to speak too soon, because we're going at it right now. Here comes Sean Meyer going from 3rd all the way to the lead at the white flag with help from Mark Steele.
There, and Sean Meyer might have made that move a little too soon. Now Carroll in 2nd. That's where he might want to be, so he can finish up this race. And I don't think, I'm not sure about Jeff Dolan. Would he help Carroll? So we'll see. Dolan just might fan out on his own and try to get a win or a 2nd place. But it's going to come down to the end. Can Sean Meyer hold it? Meyer made that move, and he did a good job of doing it, not knocking anybody out or taking each other out. But it's coming down. It's going to come down to how they get into that back straightaway, that long straightaway, and then that drag race to the finish.
Black and checkers arrow. Somebody got the meatball flag on that lap, and I couldn't see who it was.
Somebody might have lost a bumper or something. We've seen a few of those today.
Hopefully it's not one of the front runners.
Yeah.
And Chris Carroll to the high
Carroll
side.
now, getting sent back. So now Carroll, I would say, he's out there now in 4th and nobody behind him, so he's not going to get any help. Will he help anybody else? That'll be the question.
Look at the next group. Cassidy's trying to bring more. I think they're just going to get there a little bit too late, but Sean Meyer, big lead. Is it big enough?
Here it
Is
comes.
it too big? Here comes the big run with help. Jeff Dolian Big shove, and at the line, not enough. Sean Meyer hangs on.
Wow.
Mark Steele got him close, but a little bit too much battling for second and third allows Sean Meyer to slip away with the win at the Black and Checkers in the final Masters heat race on the weekend.
Yeah, what a drive by Sean Meyer. I said he might have made that move a little early, but it worked for him, and he was able to hold it at the end. And the reason why there was no really team members there that were going to help anybody else, they were all kind of racing on their own. So Sean Meyer gets the win. Jeff Dolan finishes up in second. Great run by him. Mark Steele did all he could. Doing the bridge tuck, everything. He ends up in the top 3. Chris Carroll gets regulated back to 4th place. Jamie Bradford in 5th. Ryan Cassidy ends up in a 6th spot. Not a bad finish for him. Darrell Timmers in 7th. John Price does a good job getting 8th place. Joshua Veloz gets 9th. Ryan Sporowski in 10th. It's been a while since we've been calling his name out there.
Absolutely. It's nice to see Ryan get a halfway decent finish.
Yeah, great stuff there for Sporowski and the Camp Chaos group to end up inside the top 10 here at the end of heat number 3 for the Masters drivers, all the way back to Casey Stahl, another Newcastle Motorsports Park Kart Racers of America club member, repping the home turf. And
David
further
Cole
back,
up in 19th. He's up in the top 20, Dave Cole. He finished 19th.
Oh, engines are fired for the junior drivers here, but I know that our PA is hot in the pits. During this junior heat race, the official track layout for the Briggs out-of-the-box shootout will be released. And as we get closer to the out-of-the-box shootout, and I believe towards the end of the junior heat races here, because there's 2 of them, and then the heats are done, and we move to the free night show, the senior showdown drivers, the final listing from the fan votes that have come in, from the drivers that have raced their way in, from those that have gotten provisionals to go in, and of course the promoters pick to go in. A lot of fun, a lot of action, all on the line later. But before we get anywhere close to that, we've got the juniors. They're lined on the grid now. And let's get ready to take you through the starting lineup. This time, fellas, as many as they were, I tried to get ahead of it. I think I've got it pretty nice. And there it is. Take a look at it here. Heat number 3 versus A and B for junior in your 206 Grand Nationals, the CKNA Grand Nats presented by Odenthal Racing Products. So Heat 3, Groups A versus B. Rolling onto the racetrack now for the junior division. Let's look at it. Adriano Iannuzzi, Cade Yeager, front row, and it's a Coyote lockout there for the first 2 spots here as we go back to Cash Perkins and Brady Shad. Come on, Dave.
Okay. Then we got, Cash Perkins, Brady Shad, 5th place, Holden Harder, 6th place, Christopher Utzi, 7th place. Starting 7th, Braden Domont. Starting 8th, Hudson Jack Erlin from Canada. Starting 9th, Gage Shipley. Starting 10th, Lucas Feck. Then we got Tyrone Kemper Jr. starting 11th, Will Wilkie starting 12th. 13th, Trevor Clinton. 14th, Max Franciselli. 15th, Beckham Lewis. Starting 16th, Thomas Anthony. Starting 17th, Jackson Corbett. Starting 18th, Jack Feber. Then we have Talon Laney, 19th, and starting 20th, Ava Blem. Summer Joy Haley, I'm not sure who that is, starting 21st. Jackson Leach, 22nd. Reese Hussey, 23rd. Starting 24th, Tyler Johnson. Starting 25th, Seth Tozer. Starting 26th, Sean Evans. Starting 27th, Marcus Wolf. Then we have George Moss starting 28th. Carson Benjamin, 29th. Jake Boris starting 30th. Leonardo Saravalle starting 31st. Colt Schlotthauer starting 32nd. Sidney Miller starting 33rd. Prevail Perkins starting 34th. 35th, Lewis Dilly. 36th, Levi Getz. 37th, Adam Saldana. 38th, Eric Hubert. 39th, Dylan Callahan. 40th is Meyer Lewis. Starting 41st, Mia Johnson. 42nd, Tristan Searle. 43rd, Ryan Curl. 44th, Paulie D. Hart. 45th, Nicholas Capolongo. And 46th, Ethan Leroy.
So there you have it for 46 total drivers in groups A and B, all fighting for the first 56 starting positions on the grid for tomorrow's main. The rest of them will have to fight their way into the big dance, the final 4 spots of the 60 tomorrow morning in the last chance qualifiers. So do the youngsters get to sleep in, or will they be up bright and early to fight for a spot in the big show? It is time to begin to learn who is going through. The first of the two groups for the final 2 heat races on the weekend. CKNA Grand Nationals. It's an early jump for Adriano Iannuzzi, and it will get the green. What a launch off the line.
Yeah, Cash Perkins wasn't happy with that start. He felt like he was way behind. We got somebody out on turn 2 already. But Perkins, I could see, was not happy with that start. He felt he was way behind the pole sitter. But it's really up to the outside driver, outside pole sitter to keep even or just a little behind. He fell way behind, and the flagman decided it's a good green, and he gave them the green.
So with that, we're underway, folks, here, half a lap in. And they've at least spread out off of that start for sure. Granted, of course, remember, folks, as you're watching, if you think, hey, was that right? Was that wrong? Well, again, the officials are always taking a little bit of extra deliberation post-session. So there are still a lot of adjustments that get made to the results, up or down, really more so, I guess, down, but then you naturally go up from other drivers going down.
Going up, right.
That are made here that we don't capture because we're just going back to back live sessions all the way to the end of the night. And again, straight on leading into our night show with the Briggs Out of the Box Challenge that has now had its official track layout released on the Cup Karts North America Facebook page. We're focused, though, on the on-track activity right now. 1 lap completed. And about a 5-car breakaway up front, another about 3 or 4 kind of behind them. Let's see how they cross the line. Any big changes? A couple, but not too much here. The top 5 all look the same, more or less. Back to Braden DeMont there in the 309.
Yeah, Perkins still held on to that second starting position right now. Holden Harder in 3rd, Cade Jaeger in 4th, Braden DeMont in 5th, Christopher Yahtzee in 6th, Lucas Theck in 7th, and Gage Shipley in 8th. Hudson Jack Yerlin in 9th, and Junior Kemper in that 10th spot. Thomas Anthony in 11th, Max Francicelli in 12th. That's how they stack up. And of course, Coyote up in front. You see one of the BJR drivers in 2nd. That's Perkins. Mark Steele has a Steele Motorsports. Holden Harder in 3rd there. So, but he got another BJR driver right there in 4th. That's Jagger. So BJR is out there again, surrounding some of these drivers. Out front is a Coyote, but I don't believe he's on the BJR team.
No, indeed not. No. Adriano Iannuzzi, again, leading a black, white, and red grouping here. 1, 2, 3 for the Coyotes as Cade Yeager again hangs on to 3rd out of the I-70 corner in the black and yellow number 64. But across the line for the black and white Coyote entry of Adriano Iannuzzi. The lead will hold, and the top 2 will get another bit of breathing room as Holden Harder goes back forward. 3rd now for the 57, side by side behind him. He was trying to get some help from Christopher Yahtzee there in the number 33, and Christopher could not quite follow him all the way forward. So Christopher Yahtzee, though, even in doing so, still put down one heck of a flying lap that time by.
Right, went purple.
Yeah, a purple lap time there for Chris Yahtzee. And I believe I may have mislabeled him there, so I think I've got him on a barrel art machine, but I want to make sure we get a close eye, if not on the Coyotes around him. But there is a look of black, white, and red, and all of them changing positions by the corner, almost by the foot right now. There's a new mover into the top 5. Braden DeMont on the 309. Lucas Theck as well closing in. Did he get up there in the 52? I think he did. Whoa. But there's contact behind. That's the 41. It looks like Adriano Iannuzzi all the way back to potentially 5th here. Cade Yeager still in the middle there in 3rd. Into the lead now. It looks to be Cash Perkins on the 863. Side by side at the back of that group. Gage Shipley door to door with Hudson Jack Earl, and he'll give way.
Yep, so we got BJR now out front. Maybe, let's see, let's pick it up.
Across the loop, there it goes. It'll have a lot of changes. Braden DeMont falls down. Hudson Jack Erlin moves forward. Shipley 9th, then back to Thomas Anthony. He leads the next pack there in 10th on the 317. But a 9-car main group, only about a half second up on the next couple cars.
Yeah, I mean, Holden Harder now in between. He's got it like we were talking about Ian Quinn, telling it like it is. He's got to see who's around him. He's got BJR all around him and doubled up behind him with Yeager and Theck right there in 3rd and 4th. Yahtzee in 5th, and that's his teammate there, but he's back in 5th. It's going to be hard for him to help. And then you got Yanuzzi, who's on a Coyote in 6th. Dumont, another Mark Steele racer. Jack Urin, also in 8th, and he's Mark Steele Motorsports. So we got.
We got one turned around right there. That was the 61 machine of Trevor Clinton out of Spring, Texas. Was 25th last time by. So he goes all the way to the rear now. Bummer for Trevor, was 11th in the last heat race in heat number 2. Now falling to the rear, that could put him in the danger zone of potentially having to fight his way into the show.
Yeah, we're doing some racing here, lap halfway. I believe they'll get the halfway sign this time around.
Yep, he's got 2 flags.
How about the run forward for a few drivers on the outside edge of the top 10, though? We've got a few movers at this point that we can see their progress and take a stab at it all. Up 6 for Lucas Theck, climbing up the board. Now P4 as of last time by the loop. You can see him there in the white, or in the blue and black BJR PPK suit. You've got a few more notables down the grid. Thomas Anthony up 6 from 16th to 10th. Reese Hussey in the 23rd starting spot up into 15th. 22nd to 17th for Jackson Leach. But more than anything else, you've had just a few that have had some bad luck that have taken them down the leaderboard. It wasn't just Trevor Clinton that's had some rough luck. Beckham Lewis was 15th off the grid, down to 42nd. Talon Laney was 19th, down to 40th as of last time by. Still good stuff up front for the leaders, although it has changed. Holden Harder now in command, and we've got some more movement. That's for 4th, it looks like, off the racetrack for Braden DeMont. The 309 going way wide there, and he was 6th last time by the loop. How far back will he fall when they hit the timing line once again? It'll be 3 laps to go. Holden Harder on the red and white Beryl Art. First manufactured change for the lead as Gage Shipley there on the lime green TB. That one's easier to pick out here in, under the lights. He went a little wide. He lost a spot there in the I-70 hairpin. So Holden Harder, 3 to go, 5 complete. He leads at the end of lap 5.
Yeah, Holden Harder in the lead. Cash Perkins right there in 2nd. Kay Jaeger in 3rd. Lucas Theck in 4th. Adriano Yanuzzi in 5th. And Braden Dumont in 6th. Yahtzee ended up in 7th, I believe, right? And,
So far, yep.
Yep, and Gage Shipley in 8th. Yurlin in 9th. Thomas Anthony, who's moved up about 6 positions into the top 10.
Hudson Jack, I'm a little bit surprised he's back in 9th. He's traditionally a pretty good racer, pretty fast. So.
Yeah, we got a lot of good races.
A lot of good races. You're right, Tony. You're absolutely right.
No, I mean, I'm surprised some of the names I see and how far back they are, and then, you know, what's up front. And so it is a tough race here.
2 hand signals up front there. Cash Perkins.
Yeah.
Looking for some help from somebody.
I guess.
Yeah, he wanted at least a little bit of a shove from Cade Yeager to keep building on their gap now that they've sent Holden Harder down the way a little bit. Looks like Holden has lost a ton of ground. How far back has the 57 slipped? This is a look at Hudson Jack Erlin in the 2-1-4. He's now got another Beryl Art that's lined up behind him. Thomas Anthony has been chipping away at it for a little while. It looks like he's the next one in the 3-1-7 behind Hudson Jack Erlin as they head across the start-finish line straight. This time by 2 laps to go, and just a little bit over 2.25 miles remain for these junior drivers. Who gets to go straight through to the main? You would think as long as they all at least finish in the top 10, they're going to go there. But they're all thinking, well, let me improve a little bit. Let me start a little bit higher up. But you just don't want to throw away a good starting spot, fighting for a great starting spot, Tony.
That's right. That's what we've been saying the rest of the day here in these heat races. People got to think about where they want to be, and like you said, don't throw away a good starting position thinking you're going to get a great starting position. And look at Holden Harder, ended up in 4th right now. We'll see what happens. So it's a BJR top 3 right up there. They own the top 3.
Yes, they do. They have locked those spots out. Although Cade Yeager, easier to pick out with the black and yellow livery, is going to reorder them with a move on Lucas Theck. He retakes 2nd. Theck had gone by earlier in the lap. Here's a look inside the shark fin. Check out the banking on that infield chicane halfway down the straightaway to the I-70 corner. A great shot there as the leaders head up and over the hill to the last corner. And now down the front stretch to see the white flag signaling the last lap. 1 to go. Your leader, Cash Perkins, out in front. but Cade Yeager and Lucas Theck, his teammates, are still looking on right there. Holding harder there. Little move or a look at one for Hudson Jack Erlin. He ultimately did not decide to go for it, so he'll stay back in line.
So Cash Perkins in the lead, Cade Yeager. But you do have BJR, top 3, still remaining, top 3. So you didn't see many people jumping out on that white flag lap. We'll see what happens on the checker flag, but there's 3 team members up front holding hard. And then you got the 2 Mark Steele Racing Motorsports, Harder and Yahtzee in 4th and 5th. So we'll see what happens here. Battle of the teams, but you got to give Brandon Jossicrat credit. He has a lot of his people out there, and they're doing well here this whole weekend.
But at this point, I would think just make sure you finish and make the big show tomorrow. You know?
So we've been saying.
Yeah, just get through. I mean, look at this pack, 2 by 2. Last lap here, lots of fighting, back and forth, door to door, still into the shark fin. Does anyone go wide there? Our camera guy is in the danger zone. And oh no! Around and right in front of everybody. Braden DeMont gets turned. Here comes Gage Shipley now moving up, and I believe another one of the Coyotes is going to pick up some of the pieces as well.
Here we
go. The leaders are going to drag race though. Yeager to the left side, to the right side. Cash Perkins. Perkins is going to hold it there just by a nose.
Wow.
Christopher Yutzi moves up to 3rd at the drop of the checkers. Lucas Theck 4th, and
Holden Harder 5th, and Jack Yerlin gets up into 6th. Shipley in 7th. Kemper Jr. there, he gets 8th. Thomas Anthony up to 9th, not a bad run for him. And Adriano Iannuzzi in 10th.
And Will Wilkie comes home 11th, Max Franciselli 12th, Reeves Hussey 13th, Jackson Corbett 14th, Jack Feber 15th, Braden Domont 16th, unfortunately. He spun right at the end there. George Moss 17th, Jackson Leach 18th, Seth Tozer 19th, and Colt Schlotthauer 20th.
Crazy stuff to end things off for groups A and B in the junior division. Again, such a shakeup. So many drivers moving forward and backwards in that last heat. That's going to keep the calculators going for everyone in the pits until the official results do get posted. Of course, the anticipation of whether or not you've got to fight for a chance to contend, just for a chance, right, to contend for that Grand Nationals championship. And it's a long shot still, moving into that borderline zone,
right.
Starting back in the low 50s, the high 40s. Need a lot to go your way to be able to contend for a national title. But never say never. We've seen crazier drives in 8 laps today.
Yep.
How about that 34 position run forward for Ian Quinn?
Yep, exactly.
It's possible.
You got to be up front.
Yeah,
but you do got to be up front to really fight for the win. You're not wrong, Dave Mack. I won't say it's impossible,
I'm
but
stealing that from Ian. I love that.
Oh, yes. You definitely have to be leading the race for sure at this point. Everyone's selfish. Everybody knows what's on the line. There is so much at stake, and the last-ditch efforts to try and secure a top-tier starting spot for tomorrow is going to have everybody on their toes. Group C and D ready to go. Sam Tutwiler representing the Indiana-based operation. All the 70-plus drivers that have supported Castle Motorsports Park. Sam has had a very busy couple weeks. A full 200-lap enduro, teamed up with Tyson Catrone, who is back on his usual duties where you see him at Newcastle, and that is helping work around this awesome facility. But Sam said, you know what, Tyson, it's been a decade, but let's team up. Let's go run 200 laps, 200 miles together last weekend. Unfortunately, a little rough luck for them, but Sam's ready to return the tide back in the right direction. And, well, that Mark Steele Motorsports number 9 is in the right direction right now. He's getting ready to lead us to green. What a great starting spot for Sammy.
Yeah, I also see the number 716 of Jordan Klein right across there, and she's been really racing really hard in our E-Series and now coming here to the Grands, and she's up there number 4, starting in the 4th position in such a major race like this.
Good for Jordan.
Jordan's been really improving lately and driving a good race, and she has a shot. She's up into that 4th slot. Braden Zaviras in 5th, Sebastian Day, I believe, in 6th, Ryder Brown in 7th, Shane Reddy, in 8th.
Reddy in 8th, right there.
Yeah.
Declan Black, Jacob Scheible, your top 10. First 5 rows here, Evan Benoit, Cooper Perez, Anthony Lewis, Alex Hayes, Clay O'Brien, Derek Wargo, Sloan Sterling, Nathan Dupuis. He had to drive for the back of the field in that last heat race. Rolls off 18th here in this one. Ryan Zucchina, Liam Plate, the top 20 here. And, well, let's go further back here. Dave Mack starting back with 21st on the grid. Long way to go still to the mid-40s for the overall grid reading.
21st, Lucas Randolph. Maddox Hooper, 22nd, starting 23rd. Shane Smith. Caleb Lanter, starting 24th. J.J. O'Neill, 25th. Michaela McGee, starting 26th. Leland Anderson, back there in 27th. Isaiah Maxey, 28th. Gavin Crutcher, 29th. Gabriel Payne, 30th. Davis Henry, starting 31st. Jeremy Heath, 32nd. Emma Plate, 33rd. Then we have Ben Corkery, starting 34th. Elijah Fireisen, 35th. Starting 36th, Connor Baker. Starting 37th, Christopher Goulet. Starting 38th, Connor Corsi. 39th, Lucian Laser. Starting 40th, Colton Geyer. Kellen Wise, 41st. Matthew Holland, 42nd. Isaac Malkiewicz, 43rd. Joseph Wilson, 44th. And Will Kreitz, 45th.
Keep an eye on the 75. Yeah, he's got a long way to go. We know the speed's there.
It just hasn't been his day, and he's got a long way to go, as Xander said, but keep an eye on him, I guarantee. I mean, the last race he started in the back, he moved up like 6 positions before the first lap was complete, but then something happened to him and he got sent all the way to the back again. So we'll see what Isaac Malkiewicz and the number 75 will do in this heat.
Here we go, looking for the green
yellow,
flag. No green on the first time by.
He didn't like it. Ryan Stanton. Now, at our last East race, Ryan Stanton decided to race instead of being our flag man, and he won the medium. I believe it was the medium class. He won. So the kid could drive besides being a flag man.
Yeah. That was up in New York, the one I missed?
Okay. Valley, yeah.
Yep.
That's his dad that we just saw.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, doing a great job on the grid here.
Yeah, they're a great pair, but two guys, they really work together, and when you ask them to do something, they're there for you.
Well, and it's nice you get 2 for 1 when you hire them. You fill 2 jobs with one question, one ask.
They've been a great supporter of the East Series, and if I need something extra done, I can ask one of them, and they just jump and do it. Really nice people.
Yeah, they're good. We were I can't remember what race, but anyway, the ambulance, somebody had a wreck. The ambulance insisted we were running 30-second laps.
New Jersey.
Was that New Jersey?
Yeah.
Like 35-second
that's
laps.
That's all we had.
We were halfway through the last lap, and the ambulance said, nope, we got to leave right now.
Yeah.
We hit a red flag and be done. And I'm not happy with them at all. My preference is not to go back. No, I'll go anywhere I'm told. I was not a fan of them at all. In fact, that whole town is pretty miserable.
Dave.
I did.
Hopefully you don't have anybody from that part of New Jersey.
Well, you know what? Come at me. I don't care. But I did get to see Atlantic City. I always want to see the boardwalk.
See, that's why I figured you'd be happy to get over there. That's your cup of tea right there.
Atlantic City.
I was trying to sell that track as, hey, look, you could go to Atlantic City.
Tony.
You're 20 minutes away.
Listen up, Dave. You can go to Atlantic City. There's actually a couple casinos near Newcastle if you really want to drive far enough. Just go. We'll talk about the drivers that are going to be over there because I know some probably went there last night. Let's go green, though, with the juniors. They can't go there.
Yellow,
they can go
no
on the racetrack.
No, yellow again.
Another yellow.
Well, I guess they just want you to keep on ragging on New Jersey, Dave. They don't want you to go back to green.
Well, you're speaking about casinos. When we raced in Baltimore, there was a casino right out there, right outside the track.
Oh, here we go.
I never
now
did
Dave's going to tell us to go to Baltimore.
Yeah. You did? Did you go to that one? No.
I went to Baltimore. Yeah.
Oh,
I did not go to the casino though.
Really? I don't believe that.
Yeah, there was a casino right outside the track. Well, you're at the airport, and it was right outside the airport.
That was pretty cool watching the planes land right over our heads.
Right over our heads.
We're literally in the airport parking lot.
Yeah.
They were dropping down, coming out of the clouds. It's horrible.
Oh,
rain.
yeah, because it was raining the whole weekend, yes. And the clouds were low, and all of a sudden you see this big jet come dropping down.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And the 747 came in. I haven't seen one of them in a long time.
It was a cargo one, I think.
Yeah, because the U.S. doesn't have any commercial 747s anymore.
Yeah, for the passengers, yeah.
But yeah, that was kind of fun, and man, they were loud coming overhead.
You know, I'll say this, Dave. When we get into this, roundy round, slow pace laps, usually it's not coming from the juniors. Normally we kind of expect this stuff from maybe the cadets, maybe the sportsmen.
Sure.
Having you in the booth during this time, it makes it a lot less boring. I'll give you that.
That's right.
Normally, when things are a little bit too serious, you're trying to come up with more things to say. You're waiting for the race to start. You've already ran the grid. You've already said about everything. Any other towns you'd like to slam, by the way? I think we got about another 30 seconds, Dave.
I'll tell you what, I love the hotel there. They were very, very good to us in New Jersey.
Okay. Oh, now we're switching up. Now we're nice.
Well, they were fantastic, but yeah, I don't have to go back anytime soon.
All right, don't worry. I'll tell Greg to make a last-second change and take you there next year.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, here we go. Nice and slow. That's what they want to see. That's what the officials want to see. They're going to give him the slow down again. Watch the person in the middle there. He'll start waving those flags. No, he might not have to. They're going this slow. There's no reason for him to put down the flags and say slow down. They are really going slow. No, he's doing it. There it is.
Hoping Ryan gives us a green.
I think he will this time.
And I'm watching real close. We are yellow. He did not like it again.
I don't know what's going on. Why? What was wrong? Anybody got a clue?
I think he just wants to keep listening to this Dave podcast.
That's what it could be.
I don't know if they can hear me down there, but and Ryan's heard plenty of stories anyway. So.
Now, with this many.
At this point, right? We haven't gotten to this point yet.
They might penalize somebody. They might penalize the top two. I'm not sure if that's the problem. From up here it looked pretty good, but it's a different perspective when you're down on the track. So I can't comment and say, hey, it was really good and he should have gave them the green. Ryan is an experienced flagman, and if he doesn't, he's got a good reason why he would not start them. But will it develop into anything?
I don't see anybody that looks like they're going to rearrange them. But
you never know. Wind
and it definitely looks like it's picking up. The feather flags are blowing like crazy. I see some of the people's shirts are blowing in the wind.
Yeah, well, it's getting a little bit cooler, right? The sun's been down for a little while.
Definitely.
The action on the racetrack has definitely not cooled off at all, though.
No.
We have seen all kinds of chaos, and we're expecting more of it. I know that probably got some of the viewers that are already waiting. We're a little bit behind the schedule, to be fair.
Yep.
Nothing really to the fault of the hardworking men and women in gray and orange. They have done a fantastic job, the CKNA crew, all weekend long. It's just been a couple of, desperate. I wouldn't even say desperation, but everyone's just racing a little bit harder, knowing that their time is running out. They're running out of chances and sessions to officially punch their ticket into a great starting spot or just straight up into a starting spot to a main event. So we had a great clean run all the way through Friday. We were clean through a lot of today, but then of course towards the end of the day now, especially in this third round of heat races, things have kind of gone up even another tick. So we're going to see if the juniors, at least this group headed back down the front straightaway, can get things cleaned up and go at it one more time. This is the final heat race of CKNA Grand Nationals 8. Group C and D for junior. Then it is straight on into the Briggs Out of the Box Challenge, with many of the teams already beginning to stage. I can only imagine down on the false grid for the last time tonight.
Oh, man, Ryan wants them to slow down. Evidently, they're going pretty fast. It's hard for us, the perspective up here. Right, he is...
Green, 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 go, go, go.
Wow.
He was really adamant about that.
Yeah.
It looked to us like they weren't moving them.
Yeah, well, like I said, the perspective from looking at it from up here.
So we make
side by side, 3 wide in turn number 3.
Boy,
and one off.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Chaos here on the opening lap for junior. Another one off there at turn number 4. And we said that the aggression level has gone up a little bit, and the junior drivers are showing it, and there it is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Make it 6.
Make it 6 out.
4 of them stuck together, and that means almost a guarantee with where they were. J.J. O'Neill's involved. One of the Sodis involved. Looked like a GFC potentially. A number of drivers involved in that incident over at turn number 5. But we do have some good news, though, for the official CKNA Senior Showdown fan vote amongst how close the race was to get into the show. Well, CKNA, between everything, have allowed the top 3 that were all neck and neck in the fan vote, in the craziness of the CKNA Facebook pages. All 3 will be making it in to the senior showdown. Jerry Fandry, Anthony Quazeta, and Addison Ianello, the official fan vote winners. That'll be joining the All-Stars in the senior showdown later on tonight. So congratulations, Addison Ianello, Anthony Quazeta, Jerry Fandry Jr. Get your karts ready. You're going back on the racetrack here later on this evening. With 1 lap complete, though, back to the juniors and back to Braden Zerves, who now takes over the lead.
Wow. Ooh, Kart goes off. Sparks all over, a lot of dust. Kart comes back on.
Still good, though. Still green. All okay. Oh, a little bit more off there. That's one of the Invaders. The blue and yellow, California. A lot of history behind the Invader chassis. And behind that driver there, another one of the low-key Sodis. I think that's Nathan Dupuis, the Canadian. We mentioned he's been having to drive through the field, and he's going to get another spot now down the inside as well. So that's 2 spots, and I believe that should put Nate up into 13th. So a great opening lap and a half charge for Nathan Dupuis, much needed as well to give him a chance to fight on Sunday. He now leads that next group, and behind him there you can still see the midfield is going at it. But towards the front, there's 3 wide into the scoreboard there. Oh, man.
I got to thank Nathan Dupree. He raced our whole E-Series, even though he's from Canada. And he did a great job. I mean, he's one of our top drivers. So I thank him. He even came down the day they had their race up there, but he came to my race.
And he lived roughly about 20 miles away from the racetrack, but he still came to the U.S.
He showed up in New York for that final race, so I thank him and his family for supporting us, but he was a top driver in our series.
Here's Christopher Wakefield looking to go by on the number 10 of Sebastian Day, side by side on the next group as well. Derek Wargo in the middle of that group. There's Dupuis. He's got another one. Nathan Dupuis with another position made up here. What a drive forward. That is going to put him on the edge of the top 10 behind Shane Reddy. He was purple last time by. Massive pace there in the 669 machine.
Yeah, Nathan, a good driver. Like I said, he was one of our top drivers in the E-Series.
Let's talk about another big mover already. We mentioned it on the starting lineup. How about Isaac Malkiewicz, up to 32nd last time by. So he's already up a good amount of positions so far. That's a decent charge up the board for Isaac, but little sizzle's going to need a little more sizzle to safely get to the show, considering this heat race, the grid is set based off how they have performed through 2 heat race rounds already. So he's outside looking in for that main event in the junior class. He's just trying to fight his way into the show right now. 2 laps complete still, and more battling up front that might allow for guys like Nathan Dupuis, guys like Isaac Malkiewicz to close in and to begin to bring the fight that way. 3 laps under our belt now, and it was 2 breaking away up front. I think we're up to about 5 or 6. And here comes Wakefield. He's had another look to the inside. It won't happen down at the end of the front straightaway.
And of course we see BJR up in front again with Braden Zerves. Braden Zerves. Tegan Schneider in second on the MGM. Wakefield, of course, Christopher Wakefield, one of our top racers in the East, also doing a great job out there in third. And Sebastian Day in fourth. Sam Tutwiler in fifth. And the last I looked, I believe Malkiewicz was up about 12 positions, I think. So he is on the move.
Yeah, he's up a good ways. Isaac Malkiewicz on the charge. Jordan Klein, the young lady there, 6
right now.
Yeah, heavy move forward there for Isaac Malkiewicz. Evan Benoit there on the out of Kankakee, Illinois, trying to make some moves. Here's a look down the inside. That is the all-red machine of Sebastian Day. Braden Zerves now back to the 4th spot. Braden Zerves, from leading early, now finds himself with his fellow BJR PPK teammate, Sam Tutwiler. Easy to pick out Sammy in the yellow suit, as Christopher Wakefield has been parting the seas, and he's got himself into the lead now, right here at the halfway mark. 4 down, 4 to go, then the Sodi leads us through turn 1.
Wow. So Wakefield comes to the front, and like I said, he's one of our top East racers with the Sodi team, and he's doing a great job now holding the lead. But being out front this early on, it might not be the perfect position to be in.
So through the infield horseshoe chicane, looking at the blend of manufacturers up front, if we got them right here, looks like, again, Sodi to MGM to Barrel Art to Coyote. 1, 2, 3, 4 in that order. And then back to Sam Tutwiler, Barrel Art for Mark Steele Motorsports. So 2 of the Red Army machines inside the top 5. But now I think they're back to 4th and 5th because it looks like Braden Zerves has gone by Sebastian Day. So Sebastian got by him. Now Sebastian back to 4th. Zerves backing up and into 3rd. And remember, Braden Zerves led us to green, so he just needs really a top 5, top 3 run for a very good starting spot tomorrow because the points put him on the front row. If he can win this heat race, he might be contending for the pole award to lead us all 60 juniors to the main event green flag. And on the other end of the spectrum here, keeping an eye around that bubble spot zone and thinking about how many spots someone like Isaac Malkiewicz has to gain. How far ahead of 28th he's got to go. White flag out, a little bit shorter distance. They cut 2 laps off for the false starts, so only 6 laps here in this race. 1 to go. I thought we were at halfway. It was the 2 to go signal, and there's someone in the wall.
Wow. And look at
two of them off. It was out of the lead group.
That was? Oh, no.
Derek Wargo, the Drive Your Line Kart Sport Comp Kart, and the 118 Invader entry out as well. No, not the 118, sorry. 418, Cooper Perez, I think.
Look at Dupree. I think he got moved up about 10 positions. He was in that 8th slot.
And now he's up to 6. Check that out.
I was going to say, I don't know where he's ending up now, but he's at striking distance.
There he is right there in the black and orange Sodi.
So great job by Dupree.
But his teammate, Chris Wakefield,
is in the lead. Yes.
Even better. Great stuff for low-key racing.
Yep.
Half a lap to go. Wakefield blocking low. High side, low side. Tegan Schneider trying to go around Christopher Wakefield. Braden Zerves closing in, along with Sebastian Day, along with Sam Tutwiler. 5 deep in the lead group. Nate Dogg trying to hope for a little more battling up front to bring him into the top 5. His teammate Wakefield doing everything in his power. Parking the bus on the bottom. Side by side for second now as they rocket down the front stretch.
They're teaming up.
Here they go. Schneider to the inside. Side by side, Wakefield trying to cover that off. Look to the outside though. Braden Zerves from 3rd to 1st.
And Sebastian Day ends up at 2nd. Wakefield gets regulated back to 3rd. I said it was a little early for Wakefield to be in the lead, but not much he could do, but at least he's got a good finishing position. Sam Tutwiler gets 4th. Tegan Snyder gets 5th. Nathan Dupree ends up at 6th, gaining 12 positions, so a good run by Nathan. DeCam Black in 7th. Jordan Klein drops back to 8th. Not sure what happened to Jordan. Shane Reddy in 9th, and Clay O'Brien in the top 10.
Yeah, Clay O'Brien picked up 5 spots also. Congratulations, Clay. Sloan Sterling 11th, Jacob Shabley 12th, Anthony Louise 13th, finished 14th is Ryder Brown, 15th is Leland Anderson, Evan Benoit 16th, Isaiah Maxey 17th, Ryan Sukina 18th, Ben Corkery 19th, Liam Plate finished 20th. So way to go, everybody.
Isaac Malkiewicz picked up a ton. He got all the way up to 23rd, and with the black and checkers, you know there's going to be some official intervention.
Right.
20 spots up, though, for Ike from 43rd on the grid, and a number of gained as well for Connor Baker. He picked up 11 from 36th to 25th.
Wow.
But then you look at the other end of the spectrum, Derek Wargo goes from well safe inside and above the cut line to 29th across the line. That should still be safe to go to the main, considering how good he started. He came into this one 16th, but it's going to put him pretty deep in the pack tomorrow for the 60 driver main event. On back, last few rows here, or last few drivers lined up all the way back now to Shane Smith, Lucas Randolph. We saw a number of drivers kind of get tangled together on the opening few laps. They did not get to finish. That's going to hurt. A 44th, a 45th. No matter how good you did earlier in the day, that could be pretty painful. So we'll wait for the officials to tally it all up. But the cookout, check this out. Mike Adams, he's got the whole family here. Mark Dismore Sr., I saw him. He's been working. He can't help himself. He's been in the Racers Grill all day long. And, well, it's hot dogs. It's barbecue. It is or burgers. And it is the usual Saturday night cookout here for the CKNA Grand Nationals. And this time, it's not just dinner, it's dinner with a show, fellas.
Yeah, there you go.
We've got it. The CKNA Out of the Box Challenge has practice coming up here in a few moments' time as they begin to stage the pre-grid. The Senior Showdown will follow their main event for the Out of the Box Challenge. We're racing. We're putting on a show with some of the best in the business, the biggest names, the biggest manufacturers. And guess what? Friends and family tuning in, we're going to switch over to the free stream. Free to view. Show your friends what you do on the weekends, because this is going to be one heck of a display of North American kart racing.
And again, we thank Kart Chaser for doing this and for showing this free show of some of the best going to be in that shootout. And also the Out of the Box race should be real interesting.
Out of the Box is scheduled for 12 laps.
Wow.
Yeah, 12 laps, but on a short layout. More of that. We'll break it all down when we start the new one. So we'll see you guys on the other side.